378. 20 days later, Chen Pinggan and his group passed by a mountain that was as steep as a woman's eyebrows. After entering the boundary of the earth, they had already met two groups of men and women. One group had a dozen or so people with a noble aura. Most of them were from the government. There were a few retainers and guards, all of whom wore standard long swords. There were men, women, old, and young. The other group had a Jianghu aura. There were a total of 6 people. 4 of them were about 50 years old. Their breathing was steady and they walked silently. They were undoubtedly the top martial artists of Qinghuan Jianghu. The leader was an old man with an aquiline nose. His eyes were sharp. Beside him was a round-faced girl. Although her appearance was not outstanding, she was born with a pair of bright eyes. The two groups of people were going up the mountain. Previously, when Chen Pinggan met the officials, he took the initiative to ask about the scenery here. After they introduced it, Chen Pinggan found out that there was a gold Osmanthus temple at the top of Qingyao Mountain. There were immortals cultivating in the temple, but they often closed the door to visitors all year round. Last winter, the temple sent word from the woodcutter that they were going to accept 9 disciples. As long as they were under 16 years old, their background was not important. Therefore, recently there were no less than 300 people, each of them young men and women from their families, pouring into Qingyao Mountain in an endless stream. Chen Pinggan was thinking about the Zhenwu sword and short sword that were still in the governor's office, so he did not want to join in the fun. Zhong Shanfeng and Xu Yuanxia had traveled extensively these past 2 years, especially after seeing Qinghuan Jianghu's Taoist temple and Qingshan Jianghu's Luotian grand ritual. They were not very interested in the opening of a mountain to accept disciples. As for whether the gold Osmanthus temple's Taoist priests were real immortals or fake masters, the group did not care too much. In the Aquarius continent, an earth immortal of Jindan was already an unattainable existence. After all, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers like the Dali dynasty. Even in the vast world, there were not many. As the Song clan's cavalry stepped not far to the north of Lakeview Academy, apart from the official name given by the academy, Dali had, in reality, taken over half of the state. The calls for Dali to be regarded as the 10th great dynasty grew louder and louder. When they met the second group of people, the shock in the round-faced girl's eyes never stopped. There was a young man in a white robe who carried a bamboo chest on his back and a vermilion wine pot on his waist. There was a little girl with charcoal riding on the back of a yellow ox. There was a beautiful woman with a bamboo blade and a bamboo sword hanging from her waist. There was also a young Daoist priest and a big bearded swordsman. It was really a strange traveling group. Could it be that this was the mountain and lake wild cultivator that Grandpa had mentioned before? Fortunately, although the black-clothed old man didn't look like a simple person, he was still willing to abide by some old rules as a veteran of the Jianghu. He quickly stopped the girl's unbridled gaze. Not only that, he also nodded to Chen Pinggan in greeting, probably as an apology on behalf of the younger generation. Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and smiled in return. In the Jianghu, most people would meet by chance like this. However, 2 groups of people who should have been strangers were reunited by a sudden rainstorm. The rare storm made the mountain path particularly muddy and difficult to walk on. The spring cold was already bone-chilling. The mountain wind whistled past, and the rain was extremely gloomy and cold. Pei Qian was directly hit by the soybean-sized raindrops, causing his face to burn with pain. Soon, his lips turned pale and his whole body trembled. This was Pei Qian's physique after practicing martial arts. If it had been before, it was estimated that this short period of wind and rain would have been enough to make Pei Qian sick. Chen Pinggan had Zhu Lian scout the way to see if there was a place to take shelter from the rain. The hunchbacked old man's body was like an ape's, twisting and turning among the trees and rocks. He quickly returned and said that there was a naturally formed large rock cave not far ahead. Immediately, a group of people had settled down there and started a fire to warm themselves. Chen Pinggan carried Pei Qian on his back and held up the Tongyi umbrella from the lotus blossom happiness. He also took out a straw raincoat, trying to reduce the impact of the wind and rain on Pei Qian as much as possible. Zhong Shanfeng almost couldn't open his eyes. Walking beside Chen Pinggan, he loudly reminded, "There's something wrong with this rain." Chen Pinggan nodded and took out a piece of yellow paper talisman made of relatively ordinary material. It was the lowest-ranking yang energy light-lighting talisman in the true alchemy works. Chen Pinggan would use this talisman to open the way in mountains, rivers, dilapidated temples, and unmarked graves to check the density of yin qi in the water and soil. Chen Pinggan twisted the talisman with 2 fingers and gently shook it. After pouring his genuine qi into it, it was instantly ignited. Fortunately, the light-lighting talisman at his fingertips did not burn quickly. It was much slower than the time when he broke into the city god temple of Tsai Kingdom alone. Out of caution, Chen Pinggan did not extinguish the light-lighting talisman. He used it to open the way in case there was a trap ahead. During the battle at the Col, not only did he form a grudge with an earth immortal of Jindan realm, but he might also attract the covetous eyes of those rogue cultivators. He had to be careful. Not only that, Chen Pinggan also asked the yellow earth ox whether it knew that there was a big demon that was the king of the mountains in this area. Although the yellow earth ox had not transformed into a human form, it could speak human language and shook its head. In the 500 years since I've been enlightened, not to mention the recent 200 years of hibernation underground, I've never heard of any mountain spirits or ghosts causing trouble in the Qingwan kingdom. However, 300 years ago, in a Buddhist temple 300 miles away from here, I saw a scene where a monk was talking about Buddhism and the scene of osmanthus seeds falling like rain. It was very magical. At that time, it was said that the golden osmanthus seeds that fell all over the temple came from the osmanthus trees on this Qingyao mountain. Xu Yuanxia stretched out her hand to support her bamboo hat and laughed loudly. Zhong Shanfeng and I have been to that Buddhist temple long ago. It's too famous and we had to go. However, other than the inscriptions on the wall, we didn't see anything else. The ruins of a few famous Buddhist cases had long been cordoned off and no pilgrims were allowed to enter. The 2 of us wandered around for half a day and saw a scene that I wrote down in my travel notes. In the twilight, there were 2 young Buddhist monks who were responsible for carrying the merit chests. They probably felt that there were few pilgrims around and there were no outsiders, so the 2 young Buddhist monks stood on their tiptoes and reached out their hands to randomly grab money. After half a day, the young Buddhist monk who took out a silver coin laughed loudly. The 2 of them carried the merit chests on their shoulders and the young Buddhist monk who took out the silver coin walked in front. When Zhong Shanfeng and I saw this, we were very amused. It turned out that the merit chests had to be carried to the back and there was a long flight of stairs to climb. Naturally, the one in front would have the advantage while the one carrying the burden at the back would suffer. Chen Pinggan didn't know much about Buddhism. Buddhism wasn't very popular in the Aquarius continent. It could even be said that it was the continent with the least number of pilgrims. So much so that when Chen Pinggan was in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, he often visited the temple of Xinxiong adjacent to the Xingyuan Alley. Only then did he come into contact with some Buddhist teachings. He was puzzled. Didn't they say that monks don't touch money? Zhong Shanfeng laughed. There's no such rule in the world that cannot be broken even by thunder. Xu Yuanxia joked, you didn't waste your time visiting those temples. These words are very meaningful. Yellow Ox rarely spoke. It would only speak when someone asked it a question. At this moment, it fell silent. But it clearly remembered that the ancient Buddhist temple was built at the foot of a mountain. At that time, it was already at the level of sea viewing. When it looked at the temple, because it didn't dare to get too close to the incense of the mortal world, it was afraid of disturbing the mortals and even more afraid of provoking the disgust of the immortals. It could only see a young monk in a snow-white kasaya in the distance. Under the eaves of a hanging iron horse, he stretched out his hand and golden osmanthus seeds fell like raindrops onto his palm. Chen Pinggan, Zhong Shanfeng, and Xu Yuanxia chatted and laughed. Their footsteps were swift as they put away the remaining half of the light-raising talisman into their sleeves. They had already arrived at the cave that Zhu Lian had found. It was quite large, like the ancestral hall of a rural village. It was large enough to accommodate 30 to 40 people. Along the way, the yang light-raising talisman burned slowly. And the further they went from the mountain path, the slower it burned. This true rain was most likely caused by the Qi cultivators who were targeting the Golden Osmanthus Temple's recruitment. The first group to arrive at the grotto were all women. There were 7 or 8 of them. The oldest was a white-haired old woman, and the youngest was a budding girl. Because of the heavy rain, the hedge used to cover their faces seemed cumbersome. They were placed beside their feet together with their bamboo hats, umbrellas, and straw raincoats. At this moment, they were warming themselves by the fire. When they saw Chen Pinggan and the others, their eyes were cold. Some of them moved closer to the fire. Obviously, they didn't want to have too much interaction with Chen Pinggan and the others. Chen Pinggan couldn't help but turn and glance at Zhu Lian. The latter's smile was simple and honest. These women, who were from the same sect, must have entered the grotto when it rained and collected the dry branches early. Now, the wind outside the grotto was strong enough to flip the roof. Chen Pinggan and the others could only watch helplessly. As a Qi cultivator, although Zhong Shanfeng's realm was not high, it was not difficult for him to use some entry-level techniques to start a fire. However, it was a taboo for cultivators to casually use supernatural powers outside. Chen Pinggan helped Pei Qian set up the cowhide tent. Then, he took out her clean clothes from the bamboo box and asked Sui Yuyu to help Pei Qian change into them. When Pei Qian walked out of the tent energetically, the group of Jianghu people they met earlier also returned to the grotto to take shelter from the rain. This rain was really so heavy that even the heroes of Jianghu had to bow their heads. When Chen Pinggan saw the old man with an aquiline nose, he nodded his head to greet him. The latter also nodded his head as a form of greeting. Since Chen Pinggan was so courteous, Zhu Lian and the others changed their seats and quietly cleared out an empty space. The round-faced girl, who looked like a drowned rat, was already surrounded by the retainers to block the view of outsiders. After all, her clothes were soaked in the rain and the girl's curves were exposed. After the group of Jianghu people sat down, the round-faced girl began to size up the women again. Her eyes lit up and she asked, "Don't tell me you are the aunties from Rouge Building in Yunxiao country?" Previously, the girl had only sized up Chen Pinggan a few times and the black-clothed old man had already dissuaded her. But this time, the girl's words were so disrespectful and almost provocative that the old man still closed his eyes and rested, turning a deaf ear. On the other side, a young woman with sharp eyebrows turned her head and said angrily, "Impudent." The round-faced girl was not afraid at all and asked back with a smile, "May I ask, how am I impudent?" These women were from Rouge Building, one of the top Jianghu families in Yunxiao country. The youngest of them was a budding girl with a chin as sharp as a goose's egg and a beautiful face. She opened her eyes wide and curiously sized up this boastful girl of the same age. There were only a few people who dared to provoke Rouge Building in the Jianghu in Yunxiao country. Then it should be some big sect in Qingwan country or Qingshan country. The sharp-chinned girl subconsciously stretched out her thumb and rubbed the inscription on an exquisite dagger at her waist. It was a yellow bamboo scabbard with a round and pleasant color. The words Sui were engraved on the bamboo. Her senior sister from the same sect, the young woman, had a pair of mandarin duck knives at her waist. At this moment, she held the hilt of the knives and her face was as cold as ice. She said in a low voice, "Then let's exchange blows and see how strong I am." Exchanging blows was a relatively elegant way for people in the Wulin to learn from each other. It was more civilized and less likely to see blood. Because as long as the loser saw blood, it was still an unfair victory. It was not something to be proud of. The round-faced girl made a face at the woman. "What kind of heroine are you to bully a junior just because you are older and have learned martial arts for decades?" The young woman was very angry. She was not even 30 years old. What did she mean by learned martial arts for decades? The white-haired old woman was graceful. She said to the woman beside her softly, "Why are you angry with a junior? If you don't cultivate your qi well, your martial arts achievements won't be high." The young woman obviously respected the old woman very much. She immediately lowered her head and said, "I will remember." Not far away, the round-faced girl smiled charmingly. "Only an old woman like you knows etiquette." In fact, it was still a compliment that was not pleasant to hear. Chen Pinggan stayed out of it. He only felt that the round-faced girl's ability to poke a knife into other people's hearts was not small. The old woman did not care about this kind of offense. She shifted her line of sight and looked at the old man with the aquiline nose. "Are you the leader of the Great Swamp Gang, Zhu Lao?" The old man in black opened his eyes and said with a smile, "I haven't gone out for nearly 30 years. Unexpectedly, there are still people who know my name." The old woman smiled slightly. Even after another 30 years, the Jianghu will still remember the name of Zhu Lao. After the old woman revealed his identity, the expressions of the women in the Rouge House changed slightly. The old devil of the Great Swamp Gang, Zhu Fengxian, could be said to be infamous. 30 years ago, he liked to ride a bright red carriage and travel far and wide. He galloped through the martial arts circles of several countries and stained countless people with blood. The number of righteous people who died under his hands, if not 100, was at least 80. Zhu Fengxian also had 8 disciples under his command. They were known as the 8 Kings of Hell and were awe-inspiring in Qingwan country. However, 30 years ago, the Great Swamp Gang suffered heavy losses and Zhu Fengxian began to cultivate in isolation. Half of the 8 disciples died. Originally, there were 5,000 to 6,000 people in the gang, but most of the birds and beasts left. In the past 30 years, the leader of the Jianghu who once commanded the heroes in Qingwan country fell silent. Just as Zhu Fengxian was about to close his eyes and cultivate his qi, the old woman who always gave people the impression of being very elegant suddenly said, "But today is different from the past. Compared to 30 years ago, the Jianghu is much deeper. When you are not in your own territory, you should toast less, kowtow more, and speak less." The round-faced girl suddenly widened her eyes, feeling as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. She stared at the white-haired old woman, wanting to know if this old woman had gone crazy. Zhu Fengxian said indifferently, "If I remember correctly, your Rouge House has been a second-rate sect in Yunxiao country for more than 200 years since the founding of your grandmaster. You have been living a very cowardly life. Why, in these 30 years, did you girls have someone above you?" Chen Pinggan felt a headache coming on. How could he encounter such an inexplicable Jianghu feud when he was just taking shelter from the rain? Previously, Pei Qian had complained that after leaving Betail Ferry and walking for such a long distance, he had only bumped into a yellow earth ball. After that, he had not encountered any demons or ghosts. Pei Qian listened carefully. This was the Jianghu. He would also have to leave in the future. Now, he needed to see and learn more. Zhu Lian nodded to himself. Zhu Fengxian's words were indeed interesting. The old woman sneered, "If I'm not mistaken, sect leader Zhu wants to send this little girl to Gold Osmanthus Temple to cultivate immortal spells. Then, sect leader Zhu, do you know that the temple master of Gold Osmanthus Temple is an old acquaintance of our Rouge House? Among the 9 disciples, our Rouge House has already decided on one person. This was even said by the old immortal himself. Therefore, this climb up the mountain is just a formality. In this case, if this sharp-tongued little girl beside sect leader Zhu really has some aptitude for cultivation, and the temple master likes her, he will have the opportunity to call our Qingcheng senior sister." The oval-faced girl from Rouge House blushed in embarrassment. The round-faced girl looked at her and giggled, "You're called morning, I'm called night." Zhu Fengxian smiled. The temple master of Gold Osmanthus Temple is a rare true immortal. This time, he opened his door to accept disciples. That's why I'm willing to return to the Jianghu. However, Gold Osmanthus Temple is not the only immortal residence in Qingwan country. I can kill all of you first and then take my granddaughter to another place to visit immortals. Or I can just leave this place and let my Great Swamp Sect's disciples secretly protect the girl you sent up the mountain so that she can cultivate in peace." The old woman's expression turned ugly. She sneered, "Go to another place to visit immortals. Easy for you to say. Why does the old immortal of Gold Osmanthus Temple set an age limit? You, Zhu Fengxian, don't know? If it's delayed for another 2 or 3 years, your granddaughter won't be able to cultivate to become an immortal. Even if she's allowed to enter an immortal mansion due to the Great Marsh Gang, I reckon she'll only be able to serve others as a servant girl. Immortals are the most ruthless when it comes to cultivation. Do you want me to teach you this principle, Zhu Fengxian?" Zhu Fengxian's expression was gloomy. Even the round-faced girl who looked naive had a dark expression. She was not a pure warrior, but a third-realm qi cultivator. Although the old woman was blind and could not see this point, the young lady herself was well aware that on the path of cultivation, the younger one was, the more years one would be delayed. Even after becoming a qi refinement warrior of the middle 5 realms, one would need to spend decades to make up for it. According to her grandfather Zhu Fengxian and the military counselor of the Great Swamp Sect, she was a once-in-a-century cultivation talent. Unfortunately, the Great Swamp Sect's arsenal only had one secret book of immortals that could help her reach the middle 5 realm. The quality of the book was quite good. However, how to become an immortal who could live in the clouds and drink the dew and ride the wind for thousands of miles? That book came from an immortal family in the history of Qingwan country, but it was not recorded. It should only be a cultivation method for inner disciples. Only by becoming a direct disciple could one practice the secret arts of the mountain and the inheritance of the ancestral hall. Pei Qian squatted beside Chen Pinggan and listened with great interest. She felt that this kind of battle of words was the most interesting. It was more interesting than watching women scratch each other on the streets of the capital of Nanyuan country when she was a child. Chen Pinggan was a little worried. Both sides were not easy to deal with. He was afraid that they would fight if they didn't agree with each other. The grotto was so small that there was nowhere to hide. Swords had no eyes. Did he have to remind them now to let the Great Swamp Sect and the Rouge Sect fight outside? Chen Pinggan sighed and stood up. He walked straight through the 2 groups of people and walked to the entrance of the grotto. He pinched out the half-lit talisman hidden in his sleeve with 2 fingers and burned it again. A small golden flame, even in such a heavy storm, was still swaying leisurely like the grass in the warm spring breeze. Then Chen Pinggan turned his head and smiled. This rain is strange. This unusual evil aura has been continuous since the beginning of the rain. It is very likely that it was done by the qi cultivators hiding in the dark. Looking at the situation, the immortals of the Gold Osmanthus Temple have not taken action for the time being. Therefore, you must be careful on the way to the Gold Osmanthus Temple. You can put aside the grudges of the pugilistic world for the time being. After all, the path of cultivation for the 2 ladies is close at hand. It is more important. Once you climb the mountain, you are almost on the path of cultivation. Chen Pinggan looked at the 2 ladies and said slowly, "Why should the path of cultivation become narrower and narrower? If you don't see eye to eye with each other, the path is so wide. You can just walk your own path." Zhu Fengxian smiled and nodded. This young master is right. I hope that in the future, you will have the opportunity to visit my Great Swamp Sect. I will definitely prepare a big banquet to welcome you. Although it was just polite words, these words were personally said by the old devil Zhu Fengxian. At least in the pugilistic world of Qingwan country, it was still worth a lot of gold and silver. The white-haired old woman glanced at the yellow talisman in Chen Pinggan's hand and said with a smile, "Our family's Qingcheng will definitely remember young master's priceless advice." The oval-faced young lady smiled sweetly at Chen Pinggan. The yang qi-lit talisman on Chen Pinggan's fingertips had already burned out and the golden flame was extinguished. Chen Pinggan rubbed his fingertips and smiled. Someone said that in the pugilistic world, one's fist is not strong enough. As an immortal, one's skill is not strong enough. The round-faced young lady smiled and asked, "May I ask, young master, which expert said that?" Chen Pinggan replied, "A friend." The round-faced young lady who called herself WN gave him a thumbs up and clicked her tongue. "I'm convinced." The oval-faced young lady named Morning was somewhat curious about the young man's identity. Zhu Fengxian and the old woman from Rouge House looked at each other. They were both experienced in the pugilistic world and didn't need to say anything. The small conflict between them was not worth mentioning compared to the cultivation of their juniors. Even if they held grudges, before they successfully ascended the mountain and entered the Golden Osmanthus Temple, they really had to mind their own business. Even if there was danger on the road, the Great Swamp Sect and Rouge House might have to sincerely cooperate and help each other. Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked outside. The heavy rain was still shocking. What season was it in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land? Who were the current 10 people of the world there? However, Imperial tutor Zhong Qiu, Lake Mountain sect leader Yu Zhani, and Bird's Eye Peak Lu Fang were definitely among them. I wonder if the houses in that alley have brand new door gods and spring festival couplets pasted on them? Chen Pinggan sighed softly. After taking down the bamboo chest, Chen Pinggan was only carrying the half-immortal weapon sword Immortal that the Fu family of Old Dragon City had given him under the guise of Fan Junmao as compensation. Chen Pinggan raised his head and looked at the pitch-black sky above the curtain of rain. Back then, he was ignorant. He remembered that there was a guy who wore a bamboo hat and led a donkey. He boasted that his swordsmanship was impenetrable in the heavy rain. Now, even Chen Pinggan could do it. He just didn't know when he could become a true sword immortal. With this sword immortal on his back, Chen Pinggan temporarily had difficulty even unsheathing it. When he thought of this, he took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine. However, he forgot that the wine in the gourd wasn't Osmanthus wine or well immortal wine, but the medicinal wine that Fan Junmao had refined. Chen Pinggan immediately shuddered. His face flushed red and he coughed incessantly. He could only cover his mouth with the back of his hand and turn around. With a slightly apologetic expression, he resentfully walked toward Pei Qian. For a moment, he didn't look like an immortal anymore. Baishui Temple was located in the south of the central part of Qingluan. Inside the temple, there was spring water that flowed from the ground like rolling pearls. It was important to brew tea. As a result, scholars from Yunxiao and Qingshan would often come here to drink tea from the spring. The Baishui Temple's incense was at its peak. Thus, it was on par with the North Mountain Temple in the capital. However, compared to the North Mountain Temple's active monks, the Baishui Temple's monks didn't seem to like showing themselves in public. Furthermore, in the past 100 years, there hadn't been a dazzling Zen master. Thus, in this grand debate between Buddhism and Taoism, the North Mountain Temple was in the limelight. On the other hand, the Baishui Temple, which had a history of 1,000 years, still didn't have a single monk who announced that they would attend the meeting to decide the order of the 3 religions. Recently, there had been continuous spring rain. Many temples in Qingluan stood in the misty rain. Today, at dusk, there was a young monk wearing a snow-white cassock walking slowly inside the Baishui Temple. The Baishui Temple had already closed its doors for almost a month, causing the sincere and kind men and women to suffer. The young monk's face was cold. Along the way, the old monk and the young novice monk greeted him, but the eye-catching young monk in the cassock ignored them. Everyone was used to it. The young monk came to the railing of a small pond with dark green water. This unremarkable pond had the reputation of being a dragon's pond. It was rumored that in the small but bottomless pond, there lived an old turtle. It was released by the monks when the Baishui Temple was first built. Every time the monks of the Baishui Temple gave a wonderful lecture, the old turtle would come out of the water and appear in the world. Regarding this matter, there were detailed records in the official history of Qingluan. No one questioned it. The young monk continued to stroll casually. He walked along the long corridor behind the Hall of Great Strength. Step by step, he climbed up. Under the eaves hung a string of delicate bells. When the young monk climbed up the stairs, there were spirits called iron horses under the eaves that were born and lived in the bells. At this moment, they all flew out of the bells. They had a pair of transparent wings and began to shake the wind chimes. The young monk didn't seem to like the quiet and peaceful atmosphere of the ancient temple. He frowned. Those small and exquisite spirits immediately hid back into the bells. The young monk turned his head and looked down at a small square behind the Hall of Great Strength. That was the place where the eminent monk preached, "Heavenly maiden scattered flowers in the history of the Baishui Temple." He remembered that there were many golden osmanthus seeds that fell that day. The monk who preached and the monk who listened to the teachings both sat in the pile of osmanthus seeds. The monk who preached was not used to the fragrance and even sneezed a few times. The monk who listened attentively felt that he understood and thought of many things to say. Then, he wrote them down one by one on the stone tablet of the Baishui Temple. After walking up the stairs and reaching the top, he went around the hidden scriptures tower and walked to the side of the abbot's room. There was a yellow mud wall that was half the height of a person, enclosing a small space. There was a well, and beside the well, there was a stone table and stone benches. The young monk pushed open the small door made of bamboo and walked to the side of the well. The mouth of the small well had been sealed for many years. In the early years, there was a famous Buddhist case that happened here. It was said that even the Central Plains had heard of it. This was the reason why the Baishui temple didn't have any eminent monks in the past 100 years, yet it still stood tall. Regarding this case, the Baishui temple had argued for hundreds of years. The various temples of Qingluan country had argued, the Buddhists and Taoists had argued, and even the scholars of Buddhism and Taoism had argued over this case. Just based on the various walls of the temple, there were more than 40 eminent monks and scholars from all over the world who had written their opinions on this case. The Baishui temple's hidden scriptures were abundant, and its unique good books were complete. It was the best in Qingluan country. However, this young monk who was standing beside the well in a daze hated that place the most. He had never set foot in it even once. The scripture of Li, it was said to be demonic. Buddha's head was covered in feces. He sat on the mouth of the well that was like a round stool after it was sealed. He had a question that he couldn't figure out all these years. He remembered that in the Buddhist scriptures, there was a Luohan who became a Buddha in the future. A heavenly demon appeared and threatened him. The Luohan was terrified and went to the Buddha. Then, the Buddha gave him a dharma and the heavenly demon was eliminated. When the young monk read this for the first time, he didn't think too much about it. He only woke up in horror one day, and then fell into endless pain. He had an obsession in his heart. Why is it that I, a small monk from a small temple, am confident that I won't lose my composure when I meet a heavenly demon? Why is it that the Luohan who is destined to become a Buddha, the disciple of the Buddha, is terrified and uneasy? What's the difference between this and an ordinary teacher who has never studied Buddhism? Where is the root of wisdom? Where is the Dharma that he learned? Where is the Dharma that the Buddha passed down? How high and how far can the Dharma be passed down by this Luohan who became a Buddha? The young monk was puzzled. He sat alone at the mouth of the well with tears streaming down his face. This young monk, who was suddenly enlightened at a young age, vaguely remembered that he once killed a cat here, cut it in half, and threw it into the well. The young monk had been quiet for so many years, but he worked hard in the Baishui temple. Therefore, his hands and feet were full of calluses. Every winter, his frostbite would crack and his hands would be full of blood. He patted the mouth of the well that was sealed again and again. His palms gradually became bloody, but he didn't know. The young monk said hoarsely, sobbing. He still patted the mouth of the well with his palms. Wrong, wrong, you are wrong again. The Dharma is in it. I was wrong too. Zen can't be said, it's wrong to speak, but isn't it also wrong to not speak? We were all wrong, how can we be right? 379. The rain contained an unusual gloomy murderous aura. Once Chen Pinggan pointed it out, the key to making the two groups of martial artists in the grottos give up was not the earnest advice about not walking on a narrow path, and it was not even the lantern-raising talisman Chen Pinggan had shown. It was only because of one sentence: the old immortals of Jin Gui Guan have not made a move yet. This meant that Jin Gui Guan could either plan and act weak to lure the snake out of its hole, or he could not defeat the enemy and could only hide in the temple to avoid the sharp edge. No matter what the reason was, the Rouge House woman from Yunxiao country was unwilling to put her family's life in a fight between immortals on the mountain. As for the old devil Zhu Fengxian, who had once set off a bloody storm in the Jianghu of several countries, he was even more mature and prudent. This time, he climbed the mountain to build a ladder for his granddaughter to cultivate and ascend to heaven. Jin Guiguan could conveniently take in a disciple that he was proud of. Both sides were just taking what they needed. The Great Swamp Gang was not inferior to others. Zhu Fengxian was unwilling to be a pawn for the Taoist of Jinding Temple. Chen Pinggan returned to his original place. Pei Qian took out a small stone slab from somewhere and used it as a stool for Chen Pinggan. She squatted on the ground and wiped the mud with her hands. She looked up and comforted him. Master, you are still very elegant. There are some flaws in the ending stage, but they can be ignored. Pei Qian had often watched Liu Baixiang play chess with other people, and had been influenced by what he saw and heard. Pei Qian had learned quite a few things from the four people in the painting, such as Old Wei's art of war. When fighting on the battlefield, there's no need for the long snake formation or the dragon's gate formation. It's just a matter of fixed ranks and vertical and horizontal. In the end, it all depends on one's own ability. She learned some rules of zither and chess from Little White and learned some cooking methods with wine and dishes from Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian saw that she often helped and could endure hardships, so he gave Pei Qian a Jianghu Ranger book. Pei Qian was so absorbed in reading that he forgot to eat and sleep. He also asked Sui Yuyu about a lot of Jianghu slang, such as if you want to pass, leave money to buy your life, if you are bold enough to cut the path, take my spear, and so on. Zhong Shanfeng looked at the rain outside and was more worried. He whispered, "Such a heavy rain, and it has been falling for so long. Even a sea-viewing realm cultivator may not be able to withstand it, unless he has already set up a rain-attracting formation. But if it is really a rain-attracting formation, it is like throwing snow from the sky to the ground. So it is more likely that he is a dragon gate cultivator. I don't know what realm chi cultivator the Gold Osmanthus Temple Taoist is and whether he can cope with this rain that affects the fate of mountains and rivers." Zhong Shanfeng's voice was not loud, but Zhu Fengxian and the old woman of Rouge House were Wu Dao masters in Jianghu. They could hear it clearly if they paid a little attention. Zhu Fengxian did not mind that he was eavesdropping. He smiled at the old woman and said, "Since Rouge House and Gold Osmanthus Temple have a good relationship, you must know the level of the Temple Master's celestial spells, right?" The old woman hesitated for a moment and nodded. "It is said that Temple Master Zhongguo is 200 years old. He is the Dragon Gate cultivator who is like a dragon in the clouds and can summon wind and rain." Zhu Fengxian frowned and said, "The rumor in Jianghu recently is that Zhongguo has been in isolated cultivation for decades. Now that he has successfully come out, he has become a legendary earth immortal." The old woman smiled bitterly and said, "An earth immortal who has formed the golden core is beyond the world. Why would he accept disciples? He just needs to focus on cultivation and go straight to the Great Way." If it were Zhu Fengxian, would he be willing to pick up money in the mud? Even if there is gold and silver in the mud, we Jianghu people want it. We still have to bend down and touch the mud. Would the immortals on the mountain care about it? However, it is true that Temple Master Zhongguo has the talent of an earth immortal. Zhu Fengxian need not doubt it. It is only a matter of time. Your granddaughter has Zhongguo as her master and cultivates in Gold Osmanthus Temple. Her future will not be bad. Zhu Fengxian nodded and his expression turned slightly better. Zhu Fengxian, as a martial artist of the seventh realm, would be wary of a dragon gate cultivator, but he would not be afraid. The number of cave realm and sea viewing realm cultivators who died in his hands could be counted on one hand. However, Zhu Fengxian was willing to pay enough respect to a Dragon Gate Taoist who had the potential to become an earth immortal of the Golden Core realm. He was qualified to be his granddaughter's teacher. Every year, the Great Swamp Gang would take out a sum of silver and send it secretly to Gold Osmanthus Temple on Mount Qingyao. Zhong Shanfeng sighed in his heart. It was not that the people on the mountain did not know about the matters on the mountain. The immortals in the eyes of Zhu Fengxian and the old woman from Rouge House were too high up in the void and did not touch the mud. So what if they were earth immortals of the Golden Core realm? They also needed to be cautious and conscientious in accumulating their wealth. Cultivation was the biggest bottomless hole in the world. However, most of the earth immortals, except for the mountain cultivators who were used to living in seclusion, had no need to take care of their own affairs. They would have connections with people in their sect. They only needed to concentrate on cultivation. In this way, the old woman from Rouge House was half right. At this moment, in the distant mountains in the rain, there was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder. The earth trembled and the wind and rain tilted. There was also a loud sound like a lion's roar, one after another. After a while, the strange phenomenon stopped. There was only this storm left in the world. After about half an hour, Zhu Lian and Zhu Fengxian, who were on the right of Sui Xiong in the grotto, raised their heads and looked out of the grotto at almost the same time. Zhu Fengxian's expression was normal, but his heart tightened. Among the retainers of that young immortal master, there were two people who had keen intuition no weaker than his. One must know that he was one of the four great grandmasters of Qinghuan, Qingshan, and Yunxiao. Although the battle with the immortal 30 years ago had damaged some of his martial arts foundation, and after 30 years of healing, he still had not recovered to the peak of martial arts and was reduced to the bottom of the four great grandmasters. But he, Zhu Fengxian, was far from being in dire straits. He had only fallen from the second to the fourth position, but he was still worthy of the title of Great Grandmaster. This grand event of Buddhism for 3 years had attracted many hidden cultivators, but the number of top masters in Jianghu could be counted with one's fingers. Some of the so-called master grandmasters were just 7th realm martial artists who did not live up to their reputation. If they were to fight to the death, they would not be able to withstand a few punches from the four of them. How could there be so many of them in this chance encounter in the mountains? Other than the beautiful woman with a sword, the seemingly amiable hunchback old man, the dignified man with a saber, and the taciturn man, they were all Jianghu masters. This was the only reason why Zhu Fengxian had a whole new level of respect for Chen Pinggan from the beginning to the end. Clouds follow dragons, wind follows tigers. If that young immortal master was a snake or a cat, how could he subdue these martial arts masters? The rain gradually lessened. In the curtain of rain, many young Taoist priests and little Taoist children came together. The leader of the group was a Taoist priest from Golden Osmanthus Temple. He had a handsome face and a charming smile. The Taoist priests behind him had umbrellas in addition to their own umbrellas. Only the Taoist priest at the front had nothing else in his hands. After entering the grotto, he put away his umbrellas gracefully, which was different from the noble young masters of aristocratic families. He had a unique charm. He looked at the crowd and smiled. There are demons causing trouble, trying to destroy the landscape of Golden Osmanthus Temple with the dark rain. Don't panic, our temple master and 2 close friends who came from afar have already put away their supernatural powers. You can rest assured and follow me up the mountain. No one has escaped. The old woman from Rouge House secretly glanced at the young girl Qing Cheng. Her eyes were full of uncontrollable excitement. Previously, when the old woman saw the thunder, she already had some guesses and was very excited. If it was true, Qing Cheng, who had high hopes for her master, would be able to learn martial arts from him. At this moment, hearing that the handsome Taoist priest confirmed that the temple master's close friends helped, the old woman thought of the immortal's face on the portrait that her ancestor treasured. For a moment, all kinds of feelings welled up in her heart. Before her ancestor died, she still asked the young woman and a senior sister to hold the 2 ends of the portrait scroll and spread it out so that she could see the man in the portrait one last time. This time, they had worked hard to escort Qing Cheng up the mountain to cultivate. It was that immortal man who ordered someone to send a message to Rouge House. In more than 100 years, this was the first time he had taken the initiative to speak to Rouge House. Everyone in the sect was overjoyed. The handsome Taoist priest, who had an otherworldly and elegant temperament, smiled and said, "These oil paper umbrellas only have ordinary umbrellas. However, the handles were made by the seniors in our temple using spirit chi and cassia branches. It can withstand demonic wind and demonic rain. No matter if you are crossing the mountains, entering the lakes, or walking alone in the cemetery at night, with our cassia branch umbrellas in hand, you don't have to worry about being harassed by evil spirits. When they encounter these umbrellas, they will naturally retreat far away." The temple master was worried that there would be women and children in your group who have never practiced martial arts. Therefore, she specially sent us down the mountain to deliver the umbrellas. He gave out more than 10 cassia branch umbrellas that were a specialty of the Gold Osmanthus Temple. A little Taoist boy with rosy lips and white teeth had already met his only peer, Pei Qian. When his martial uncle gave the order to deliver the umbrellas, he immediately ran towards charcoal. The little Taoist boy handed over the cassia branch umbrella in his hand and grinned. Pei Qian didn't care about the lousy umbrella of the Gold Osmanthus Temple. However, Chen Pinggan was right beside her, so she still had to talk about the rules of the temple. She tactfully rejected the little Taoist boy's oil paper umbrella and then thanked the little fellow sincerely. The little Taoist boy was a little worried. He said that this dark rain shouldn't be underestimated. It could easily harm a person's yang qi. Those with weak bodies and those with poor destinies would immediately fall ill. At that time, even medicine wouldn't be of any use. Anyway, these umbrellas were lent to them by their temple. They didn't accept money, so why not take it? Just take it. The cassia branch umbrella handle isn't heavy. Pei Qian hated that she couldn't roll her eyes. Looking at the adorable little Taoist boy explaining to Pei Qian the dangers of this dark rain, Chen Pinggan smiled. He rubbed Pei Qian's head and asked her to accept the oil paper umbrella. He then looked towards the handsome Taoist boy. Sir Taoist, I heard that your temple is opening its doors to accept disciples this time. I wonder if we, as outsiders, can go up the mountain to observe this grand event and disturb you. The handsome Taoist boy smiled and nodded. Of course you can. After ascending the mountain, you only need to receive a small booklet and pay attention to some of the Taoist taboos recorded in it. The little Taoist boy immediately turned his head and shouted to the handsome Taoist boy, young martial uncle, I've memorized the contents of the booklet by heart. Why don't I explain it to this young master? The handsome Taoist boy smiled and said, if the young master is willing to listen to your chatter, then you can accompany him up the mountain. Chen Pinggan clasped his fist and thanked the two Taoists of the gold Osmanthus temple. He smiled and said, thank you Taoist boy. Thank you for your trouble. Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked towards Xu Yuanxia and Zhong Shanfeng. The two nodded lightly, indicating that there was nothing wrong with climbing the mountain and entering the temple. After making up her mind, Xu Yuanxia was even more delighted. The gold Osmanthus temple closed its doors all year round and refused to accept guests, causing outsiders to be unable to appreciate its elegance. There was a rumor at the foot of the mountain of Qingwan country. The source of the golden Osmanthus came from the 1,000-year-old Osmanthus trees behind the gold Osmanthus temple. There was even a wandering immortal who descended and visited the Taoist temple. He pointed at the Osmanthus trees and said, it was planted in this month. Yellow earth ox didn't even enter the grotto before. After all, it was a monster. This time, it encountered an unforeseen event. The Taoist temple's cultivators might be suspicious. Once the gold Osmanthus temple's suspicions were aroused, Chen Pinggan would have to explain a lot. Fortunately, Yellow Earth Ox was also well versed in the disputes on the mountain. It told Chen Pinggan through telepathy that it had been waiting at the foot of the mountain recently. Unless an Earth Immortal was patrolling, it wouldn't be easy to discover its whereabouts. Chen Pinggan then told it to be careful. The Taoist temple was at the peak of Qingyao Mountain. The path was muddy and it wasn't easy to climb the mountain. From the foot of the mountain to the gate of the Taoist temple, the path was only wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. There was no need to expect a carriage to pass through. It could be seen that the gold Osmanthus temple was indeed unwilling to deal with people at the foot of the mountain. When Chen Pinggan and the others went to the Green Tiger Palace in Qingjing Mountain, they built a total of 3,000 steps of pill stairs. It was even more magnificent than the walls of the imperial palace. The gold Osmanthus temple wasn't big. It could only accommodate 40 to 50 Taoists to cultivate. Those people who brought their juniors up the mountain had already asked people to build thatched cottages halfway up Qingyao Mountain as a place to stay. The gold Osmanthus temple didn't stop them. Some of the quick-witted Jianghu sects from Qingwan country saw that the gold Osmanthus temple was easy to talk to. They simply hired dozens of young men halfway up the mountain and started to build cottages. The scale of the cottages they built wasn't inferior to the inns and restaurants in the marketplace. The golden Osmanthus temple was an uncommon forest temple. However, according to what that handsome Daoist said, the temple's property didn't completely belong to the Daoist lineage. Moreover, when the temple master accepted a disciple, he would receive a golden jade certificate issued by the Green Luan country's imperial court. As long as one entered the temple master's tutelage and wasn't a simple Daoist who lived in the golden Osmanthus temple to cultivate, they would be registered as an immortal master. Perhaps this was the reason why the rich and powerful families of Jianghu were willing to bring their juniors here. Only those Taoist palaces would have a total of 18 heads. The gold Osmanthus temple only had 40 to 50 people. Naturally, it wasn't that particular. Excluding the temple master, there were only 5 to 6 deacons and treasurers. The handsome Taoist priest Shuborui was the drumhead of the gold Osmanthus temple. After all, no matter how small the temple was, the bells and drums were still indispensable. If one were to talk about the largest temple for descendants in the world, it would undoubtedly be the Central Divine Continent's Celestial Master residence on Mount Longhu. The old immortal of this temple, Zhongguo, would accept a disciple the day after tomorrow. Zhu Fengxian's Great Marsh Gang, as one of the largest local tyrants of Qinghuan country, had already built a summer palace at the waist of the mountain that cost more than 100,000 taels of silver. It was extremely eye-catching among the numerous buildings. It seemed that Zhu Fengxian had never doubted the selection of his granddaughter. The Rouge building also hired people to build a unique courtyard garden. However, the Taoist priest Shu Borui straightforwardly said, "Liu Qingcheng, Zhu Ziyang, the two of you can follow me into the temple." The gold Osmanthus temple has already prepared 2 elegant rooms. Afterwards, Shu Borui smiled at Chen Pinggan and said, "The temple is simple and crude and doesn't treat guests well. Right now, there are only 2 rooms left. If young master is willing to stay alone, you can follow me up the mountain. If you don't want to be separated from your friends and have nowhere else to stay, I can step forward and help young master greet some of Qinghuan country's nobles that you are familiar with to stay for a few days. It's not a big deal and is instead a good deed to form a relationship." Zhu Fengxian laughed loudly and said, "Taoist priest Shu doesn't need to go through so much trouble. Young master and his group can stay at my place." The old woman from the Rouge building also wanted to invite Chen Pinggan and his group. Unfortunately, they were all women and needed to avoid arousing suspicion. It was really inconvenient for them to open their mouths and could only watch as this great good deed was snatched away by those vulgar martial artists from the Great Marsh Gang. After the mountain rain stopped, Chen Pinggan asked Shu Borui if he could go take a look at the Osmanthus tree in the temple today. Shu Borui smiled and said that it was fine, but he needed him to lead the way and was not allowed to wander around the temple. Therefore, Chen Pinggan took Pei Qian, Zhong Shanfeng, and Shu Yuanxia to continue climbing the mountain together. The 4 people in the painting scroll followed the old devil of Qinghuan country Zhu Fengxian to his residence. The little Taoist boy liked to get close to Pei Qian and held a large oilpaper umbrella in his arms. It couldn't be helped. He was the youngest in the temple and the rest were all old antiques. When they opened their mouths, they didn't have many teeth left. Otherwise, it would be a serious Taoist priest like his youngest uncle Shu Borui. It wasn't easy for the little Taoist boy to meet someone of the same age who could chat with him. Pei Qian was a little impatient. Why did he meet such a chattering little sparrow? Shouldn't the cultivators on the mountain all be blind, mute, or deaf? Liu Qingcheng, the girl from Rouge House, and Zhu Ziyang, the granddaughter of Zhu Fengxian. After leaving the protection of the sect and the elders, the former was a little timid, while the latter was fearless. She had been asking the Taoist priest, Shu Borui, to confirm the truth of some rumors about Jin Gui Guan. Shu Borui should be a person with a gentle temperament. He answered them one by one without exaggerating or hiding anything. This made Zhu Ziyang feel good about Jin Gui Guan. Liu Qingcheng plucked up her courage and asked the round-faced girl from Great Swamp Gang softly, "So your name isn't Wan?" Zhu Ziyang slapped her forehead. "How can there be such a naive Jianghu person like you?" Zhu Ziyang was already being merciful by not directly saying that the oval-faced girl was stupid. Zhu Ziyang glanced at the exquisite dagger on Liu Qingcheng's waist from the corner of her eye. The bamboo sheath was inscribed with the words "were." She smiled and asked, "Your dagger is quite nice. Let me take a look." Liu Qingcheng shook her head and said timidly, "This is a relic of my great-ancestor grandmother. I can't just give it to others." Zhu Ziyang still wanted to pester her, but Liu Borui smiled and said, "Zhu Ziyang, don't force people. If you cultivate with the same sect in the future, you have to be careful." Zhu Ziyang had a good impression of this handsome Taoist priest, who was one of the direct disciples of Abidin Zhongguo. Soon, he might be his senior brother in Gold Osmanthus Temple. Therefore, He let go of the soft-tempered Rouge House woman beside him. Liu Qingcheng gave the Taoist priest a grateful look, but the latter laughed it off. Looking at the two young girls who were about to become cultivators on the mountain, Chen Pinggan naturally thought of the encounter in the colorful robes kingdom. There was a young Qi cultivator with a bell who once fought side by side with Chen Pinggan to eliminate demons. Although her cultivation was not high, she did not make things worse. She was a very chivalrous girl. Later, she became the envied disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect. There was also the suffering brother and sister whom he first met in the woodshed. Now the two children could be considered half-cultivators. The mystery of the world was in drinking and pecking. When they arrived at the Taoist temple, the two lucky girls, Zhu Xiang and Liu Qingcheng, were led by the Taoist priest to the collapsed area. The little Taoist boy and his senior brothers went to place the Osmanthus umbrellas. These items were very precious. If they were willing to sell them to people at the foot of the mountain, they could be sold at a sky-high price of thousands of taels of silver. They were indeed the Moon Palace Osmanthus branches that were cut from the ancestral Osmanthus tree. The little Taoist boy was daydreaming. If a single Osmanthus branch umbrella was so valuable, then if 6 Osmanthus trees were sold at a discount, wouldn't his Mount Qingyao become a huge mountain of gold and silver? Xu Borui led Chen Pinggan and the others through the small quiet Taoist temple and went straight to the back door. After the rain, the view was clear and open. They could already see the ancient and tall Osmanthus trees with lush branches and leaves. The one in the middle was especially tall. Every old Osmanthus tree had its own name. Xu Borui introduced them one by one. Which expert on the mountain said some witty words under which tree? Xu Borui said one by one. It was concise and to the point, but it did not lose its humor. Between the Osmanthus trees, there was a crisscrossing bluestone road. Under the shade of the trees, there were stone tables and stone stools. The stone table under the ancestral Osmanthus tree was carved into a chessboard by the Taoist temple. Xu Borui stayed there for a while and touched the chessboard with his finger. He joked that the chessboard was not carved by a knife, but by a foreign sword immortal who had traveled here. He spat out sword chi and used the sharp sword chi to measure the chessboard. The Taoist in the temple once used a ruler to measure carefully and found that the horizontal and vertical distance was not even a millimeter off. Therefore, the sword immortal must be at least a gold core sword cultivator, or even a nascent soul sword immortal from the Aquarius continent. Speaking of this, Xu Borui was in high spirits. He smiled and said, "A long time ago, there was a senior in our temple who insisted on getting to the bottom of the matter. He traveled thousands of miles to the Wind Snow Temple, Zhenwu Mountain, Zhengyang Mountain, and the Wind Thunder Garden in search of the Sword Immortal. He met many famous sword cultivators and finally came to a conclusion. It was very likely that the Sword Immortal was the head of the Aquarius continent's nascent soul in the Wind Thunder Garden, Li Tuanjing, the great Sword Immortal Li. Unfortunately, after that senior returned to the Taoist temple, he did not have the energy to return to the Wind Thunder Garden to confirm this matter. In the 100 years that followed, this became an unsolved case. Chen Pinggan said, "I once saw the Wind Thunder Garden's Garden Master Li's sword through a painting of immortals on a ferry. It was very powerful. Unfortunately, after Garden Master Li resolved his feud with Zhengyang Mountain, it was said that he had already died. I wonder if the Wind Thunder Garden can find the reincarnation of this sword immortal so that he can return to the sect to cultivate and continue his Taoist fate." Xu Borui said in surprise, the great sword immortal Li had already died. It seemed that the Jin Guiguan had indeed not paid attention to worldly affairs for the past 100 years. Chen Pinggan said with a smile, "That's what I heard. However, as for the truth, the great sword immortal Li's cultivation was exceedingly high. I dare not jump to conclusions. Perhaps he was looking for an opportunity to break through the bottleneck of the pure jade realm." The Wind Thunder Garden's Liu Baqiao was one of Chen Pinggan's few friends on the mountain. There was once when Liu Baqiao rode on his sword to chase after Chen Pinggan's ferry for the sake of Fairy Su Jia. The two of them had met once. Therefore, Chen Pinggan knew that Liu Baqiao's death was absolutely true. However, as Liu Baqiao's friend, it was naturally not appropriate for him to speak of such a major matter with certainty to outsiders. Knowing the inside story of this matter would be a topic for him to brag about. However, Chen Pinggan, who was used to seeing through the details, suddenly realized that when he casually mentioned the pure jade realm, Shu Borui's eyes had a subtle change. Chen Pinggan then realized that not all Qi refinement warriors knew the name of the upper 5 realms. Some even looked up to the 2 words Earth Immortal their entire lives. This was just like how Zhu He was certain that the limit of martial arts was the peak of the 9 realms. There was no possibility of going further. However, with Chen Pinggan's current state of mind, he was no longer too concerned about such harmless mistakes. In the pugilistic world, one had to settle grudges with pure martial artists. One could also have to climb mountains to enjoy the scenery and interact with Qi refinement warriors. It might not be a good thing to keep a low profile everywhere. Some similar leaks of heavenly secrets might save him a lot of trouble. After seeing the celestial Osmanthus trees in the gold Osmanthus temple tour came to an end, Shu Borui once again sent Chen Pinggan and the rest to the mountain gate. He solemnly invited them to attend the ceremony the day after tomorrow. He would help to arrange their seats. Chen Pinggan thanked him and went down the mountain. After walking more than 100 steps, Shu Yuanxia looked back at the Taoist priest who did not turn around to enter the temple. She was still watching them leave. Shu Yuanxia turned back and laughed softly. This Taoist priest Shu is a conscientious person. He will definitely do well in the gold Osmanthus temple in the future. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, the celestial mansion on the mountain needs a personage who treats people well. Zhong Shanfeng was a little sad. Obviously, he was thinking of his own sect. After wandering outside for a few years, he missed his master's rosacea nose and thunderous snoring. If he had not met Chen Pinggan and Shu Yuanxia, this celestial master with a different surname from Mount Longhu would have returned to the North Continent. When they arrived at the mansion built by the Great Swamp sect, there was already a capable steward who had been waiting at the gate for a long time. He slightly bent his body and led Chen Pinggan and the rest to their residence. After Chen Pinggan and the rest settled down, behind the gold Osmanthus temple, in a quiet and elegant house deeper than the Osmanthus trees, Shu Borui stood respectfully in the courtyard. The corridor under the eaves was extremely wide and clean. There were 3 pairs of wooden clogs at the bottom of the stairs. An old Taoist priest with a celestial aura was the temple master, Zhong Guo, a dragon gate cultivator. There were also 2 distinguished guests who helped out and suppressed the unruly people. In fact, they had interacted with Chen Pinggan before. The burly youth, Jiang Yun, and the governor of Qinghuan country, Wei Liang. At this moment, the 3 of them were sitting around a table and eating a bowl of vegetarian noodles, spring bamboo shoots, mushrooms, a few kinds of wild vegetables that grew in the forest in spring, oily gluten, and noodle soup that was simmered slowly. The fragrance filled the air. After Shu Borui talked about his general impression of Chen Pinggan and the rest, the temple master smiled and let this disciple leave to rest. The old Taoist priest asked, "Is it a coincidence, or did they follow the clues and find us?" Wei Liang thought for a moment, "It's a coincidence. If it wasn't for Shu Borui's reputation, this group of people would have blocked my door." Wei Liang turned to look at Jiang Yun, "Seeing the change in your expression, do you know this person?" Jiang Yun nodded. "He's a local of Lizhu Grotto Heaven. When I first met him, he was just an ordinary person. After all these years, the world has turned upside down. I almost didn't recognize him. He's a good person, but I think he's involved in a lot of things. I didn't dare to talk to him when I met him at Betail Ferry." Wei Liang smiled. Since he's a local of Lizhu Grotto Heaven, it's not strange. Jiang Yun had no objections. He was an outsider who came here with gold and copper coins in search of opportunities. In fact, he couldn't be compared to a local who was waiting for a good fortune to fall on his head. However, he was one of the luckier ones among the outsiders. He was able to take away the dragon-locking rope and refine it into his natal item. This was a great surprise. Even with his master's cultivation, he was still shocked and overjoyed. He laughed and said that he might have stolen a lot of the luck of the Yunlin Jiang clan to be able to obtain such a great fortune. At that time, he saw the iron chain hanging on the well of Lizhu Grotto Heaven. After obtaining it, his master specially asked a friend to help appraise it. The conclusion was that it was at least a precious relic of an immortal realm cultivator. Before all the secret restrictions were unlocked, it was already a genuine half-immortal weapon. It was rumored that the highest grade of this dragon-locking rope was called dragon-slaying rope. Its power was even more exaggerated than the Dragon King basket that could capture an ancient Earth immortal flood dragon. As long as a great cultivator threw it out, it could easily bind the flood dragon. With a casual shake, it could directly peel off the skin of the flood dragon on the spot, leaving only its spine and a pearl. However, Liju Grotto Heaven's greatest opportunity didn't lie in these inanimate objects. However, those 5 little things couldn't be found just by digging 3 feet into the ground. One could only rely on one's life. Jiang Yun didn't even see them once. The old Daoist Zhongguo put down his chopsticks and patted his stomach. I've abstained from eating for many years. In order to entertain you 2 first-class guests, I've made an exception. It feels pretty good. Zhongguo squinted his eyes and asked with a smile, Governor Wei. This time Jin Guiguan spent so much effort to open the door and accept disciples. He also purposely revealed the secret of my ancestor, the Gui tree, being able to refine a half-immortal weapon so that unruly people could mix in. Only then did he close the door and beat the dogs, helping your Qinghuan kingdom to kill more than 10 foreign cultivators. Didn't the emperor of the Tang family show any appreciation? Wei Liang smiled. Appreciation? Of course. Didn't I just sit here and eat a bowl of vegetarian noodles? Zhongguo pointed at Wei Liang. The Daoist Grotto Heaven's ancestor was right back then. Stingy. No wonder he passed down the message for Jin Guiguan to have less dealings with your governor's manor. Wei Liang had already put down his chopsticks when there was still half a bowl of vegetarian noodles left. In the end, the bowl was taken away by the burly youth. Wei Liang ignored this and said to Zhongguo, you should be content. When Jin Guiguan was first built, there weren't many people. Who invited Li Tuanjing to eat vegetarian noodles here? And this time, you, Zhongguo, invited young Master Jiang of the Jiang family of Cloud Forest. Even if you brought a bowl of lousy vegetarian noodles to him, would Jiang Yun be willing to pick up his chopsticks? Jiang Yun buried his head in eating noodles and didn't give Wei Liang any face. A pair of chopsticks is enough. Just a few more bowls of vegetarian noodles will do. Zhongguo laughed loudly and was in a good mood. In his impression, the disciples of the Jiang family of Cloud Forest were all arrogant. This young cultivator called Jiang Yun was different. Since he came together with Wei Liang and had a close relationship, he shouldn't be from a side branch of the Jiang family. This was a bit interesting. Wei Liang hesitated for a moment and said, Zhongguo, I'll have to trouble you to take care of that little girl from Rouge House in the future. Zhongguo smiled playfully. The paper knife swore on the little girl's waist should be an item you gave to a female patriarch of Rouge House back then, right? Wei Liang sighed. Zhongguo didn't go overboard. Actually, every cultivator of the middle 5 realms would have some sort of love and hatred in the mortal world. Looking back, it was just a passing cloud. It was up to the cultivator to remember the past. The enmity at the foot of the mountain in the early years would become very complicated when one party became an immortal. Cultivators held grudges. Their grudges were still fresh even after 100 years. Often, there would be some local wealthy families that would inexplicably encounter unexpected disasters. An undeserved disaster would usually be completely eradicated, leaving no one alive. Cultivators were sentimental. Then, dozens of generations of descendants of a certain person at the foot of the mountain might have been able to quietly enjoy the grace of their ancestors. Perhaps even they themselves didn't know why they could escape from the calamities time and time again. In the unseen world, it was as if there was always a big hand shielding them from the wind and rain. Zhongguo said, among them, the one with the best aptitude is the little girl of the Great Marsh sect, Zhu Fengxian's granddaughter. Now, she is already a 3rd realm qi cultivator. She should be the only one with the aptitude of an earth immortal. As for the other 70 people, the highest achievement is only the little girl from Rouge House who has reached the cave-dwelling realm. At most, they have a chance of reaching the sea-viewing realm. Then, excluding Zhu Xiang and Liu Qingcheng, among the remaining 7, I don't think anyone has reached the middle 5 realms. Wei Liang and Jiang Yun said in unison, "Not necessarily." Zhongguo's eyes brightened. "Which one?" Wei Liang smiled but didn't say anything. Jiang Yun raised his head and also didn't give an answer. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, "That earth bull monster, aren't you going to take care of it? Didn't you want to take it under your command a long time ago, so that it can become the northern mountain deity of your Qingwan country? Your mount?" Wei Liang shook his head and said, "Forget it. When it comes to opportunities, we can only go with the flow. A melon that is forcefully picked is not sweet. Actually, the northern mountain deity? You told me a long time ago that this earth bull looks docile and harmless, but it has a fierce temper. Which Dragon Gate monster would be willing to be bound to a mountain and serve a mountain deity for the rest of their life? Riding on it and entering the divine path, this is the result of never being able to rise again. Once its fierce nature is aroused, it will probably be a disaster for the northern mountain deity." Zhongguo clicked her tongue and said, "If this monster can guard my Qingyao mountain, it will be a mutually beneficial thing. At most, both sides will be on equal footing. Jin Gui Guan will treat it as a guardian of the mountain. Governor Wei, what do you think?" Wei Liang still shook his head. His eyes were deep and he reminded with a smile, "You'd better not provoke that Chen Pinggan. After he left Lizhu Grotto Heaven, it's highly possible that he became a disciple of some legalism expert. You should know the way legalism disciples do things. We treat everyone equally on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain." Zhongguo said helplessly, "Got it. The 4 troublesome people on the mountain are bullshit sword cultivators, the Mohist Saber Master, the Daoist Saber Master, and the last one is your most unreasonable legalist disciple." Wei Liang smiled and said, "We're unreasonable." Zhongguo was a little guilty. She suddenly smiled and said, "Then why don't you reason with that earth bull monster?" Wei Liang said indifferently, "The laws of the world are based on people." In Chen Ping'an's room, Pei Qian was copying books. Zhong Shanfeng was diligently cultivating in his room next door. This young Daoist from the North Continent claimed that his aptitude was average. Back then, his master only took pity on him because he had nowhere else to go. Hence, he reluctantly accepted him as his last disciple. Moreover, his path of cultivation afterwards proved that his master's judgment was not bad. Zhong Shanfeng's progress was indeed slow. He had yet to successfully ascend to the middle 5 realms. However, Zhong Shanfeng was resilient and had never been discouraged. His occasional disappointment was only due to his lack of ability to subdue demons. In this matter, his attitude was exactly the same as Chen Ping'an's. It was nothing more than walking one's own path. As long as one did not compare with others, one's aptitude would not matter. On the contrary, one could walk a firm and steady path. The so-called aptitude of a qi cultivator was extremely particular. The mystery lay in the word innate. The size of the cave abode they opened determined the amount of spiritual qi that could be accommodated. Apart from that, there were also differences in the speed of absorption. On top of that, there was also a difference in the purity of the spiritual qi extracted. Whether it was a pitiful gurgling stream or a breathtaking roaring river. After that, one would be qualified to pay attention to the quality of the elixir chamber and the appearance of the future nascent soul. Chen Ping'an now often practiced the awkward posture of the heaven and earth stance. He used his fingers to support the ground. However, after practicing for so long, Chen Ping'an had also figured out some tricks. For example, if he practiced the 3 stances of the mountain quaking fist at the same time, he would use the heaven and earth stance to perform the 6-step stance. Then, he would use the sword furnace formula with one hand. During this period, he would circulate the sword aura for 18 times. It was a completely different world. However, there was a price to pay. Chen Ping'an often went astray while walking in the forest where there was no one around. He would leave the path that everyone was walking on and fall into the stream or down the hill. Later, it was Pei Qian who came up with a stupid idea. She tied the rope at the top of the mountain walking staff to the blade-strengthening gourd at Chen Ping'an's waist. Pei Qian walked in front, leading Chen Ping'an. Of course, she also needed to practice the 6-step stance now. One big and one small, walking in front of each other, they were truly kindred spirits. At this time, Chen Pinggan was roughly drawing circles around the table and doing the stance while standing upside down. After Pei Qian finished copying books, she looked at Chen Pinggan's heaven and earth stance countless times. Pei Qian still found it interesting no matter how she looked at it. Chen Pinggan turned upside down and took a deep breath. From Old Dragon City to Betail Ferry, then to Qingwan Country's Jingui Guan, after being stabbed in the stomach by Du Mao's sword-swallowing boat, he slowly recovered from the third realm to the fourth realm. He still needed to rely on the stance walking and small amounts of medicinal wine to recover from the peak of the fifth realm. However, in this way, there were advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that it greatly delayed the speed at which he reached the sixth realm. The advantage was that his foundation of the fifth realm would be more solid. Zhu Lian once said half-jokingly that even if he didn't rely on external items, Chen Pinggan could still use his peak of the fifth realm to defeat the four of them who were at the peak of the sixth realm. Sui Yu scoffed at this, but Lu Baixiang agreed. As for the taciturn Wei Xian, he was busy talking nonsense with Pei Qian. Chen Pinggan sat back at the table and checked the content that Pei Qian had copied. After confirming that she didn't make any mistakes, he indicated that she could go play. Pei Qian quietly said, "Master, I feel that the Osmanthus trees behind the Taoist temple are far inferior to the Osmanthus leaves and branches that Aunt Gui gave me. They're far inferior. Why do those Taoist priests still treat them like treasures? They even boasted shamelessly that they're seeds of the moon. If they're the descendants of the Osmanthus tree in the Moon Palace, then our Aunt Gui would be an immortal living on the moon, right?" Chen Pinggan's heart moved slightly. He said, "Don't talk about others behind their backs." Pei Qian made an "oh" sound. Chen Pinggan suddenly laughed to himself. "I think you're right." Pei Qian smiled brightly. "Master thinks so too. I knew it." Chen Pinggan stopped smiling and reminded, "So the next time you see Aunt Gui, be more polite." Pei Qian nodded. "Of course. I really like Aunt Gui." Chen Pinggan joked, "What about that little Taoist boy who lent you an umbrella at the Golden Osmanthus Temple?" Pei Qian punched the table and said angrily, "That guy is very annoying. If I meet him on a narrow path with no outsiders present, I'll beat him up until his parents and master can't recognize him." Chen Pinggan laughed. "Now you know it's annoying. Think about it. How did you pester Wei Xian and Lu Baixiang?" Pei Qian opened her eyes wide and thought for a long time. She could only take out her favorite demon suppression pagoda talisman and stick it on her forehead. She sighed. "So it seems that old Wei and little Bai are quite pitiful." Chen Pinggan threw a chestnut at her. "You just realized. The books say that a gentleman should reflect on himself. You should reflect on yourself." Pei Qian hugged her head and stood up abruptly. She ran to the door and smiled. "Master, I'll go tell old Wei and little Bai that the next time we go to the market, I'll buy each of them a stick of candied haws or something." After Pei Qian left, Chen Pinggan began to think about refining the second natal item. As for the Du Maoyang God Slough, which was equivalent to the immortal golden body, Chen Pinggan decided to wait until he reached the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy and asked Kui Dongshan, who was proficient in this field, before making a decision. Chen Pinggan didn't trust the character of this young imperial tutor from the bottom of his heart, but he believed in the knowledge of the former first disciple of the Sage of Literature. This time, he met Zhong Shanfeng again and asked him a lot of questions about cultivation, especially about refining the natal item. Of course, Zhong Shanfeng told him everything he knew. Although Zhong Shanfeng's cultivation was not high, his vision and insight were not bad. It probably had something to do with the fact that he was born in an orthodox immortal family. After all, his master was an external Taoist master of Mount Longhu. Although the level of external Taoist masters was very different, a Taoist master who could be recorded in the yellow and purple register of Taoist Master Mansion was not simple. Chen Pinggan took out a pot of Osmanthus wine, found a wine cup, and drank alone. According to Zhong Shanfeng, even if financial resources and fated chances were not a big problem, it was still not good to have more natal items. It was best to have enough 5 elements. A natal item similar to a yellow earth ball was necessary to help quickly absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. A natal item used to fight and attack, such as the natal flying sword of a sword cultivator, was the ultimate offensive natal item in the world. A natal item used for defense, achieving the same effect as the golden necklace robe and the military school's armor pill. A natal item similar to the Fengsuan arsenal and the sword tomb was close at hand. However, this kind of rare item was almost impossible to come by. A natal item nourished in the natal aperture acupoint would have an innate deterrent force against evil spirits and demons. It could also continuously increase one's yang qi and pass through many unpredictable places of yin qi. Zhong Shanfeng also said that refining a natal item was a double-edged sword. Since it was a natal item, once it was damaged, it would implicate the foundation of Dao and Sheikh. The consequences were unimaginable. Moreover, each natal item needed to occupy an aperture acupoint mansion. Once it was used to make up the number or did not consider the circulation route of spiritual qi, it was easy to have conflicting attributes. It would hinder the cultivation of the qi cultivator and it was possible to go mad. Zhong Shanfeng finally said that collecting the natal items of 5 elements was the dream of all qi cultivators except for sword cultivators. However, there was no need to deliberately pursue this matter. It was too expensive and it was too important to rely on fated chances. Generally speaking, it was enough to have 3 natal items of slightly better quality. 1 for offense, 1 for defense, and 1 for qi cultivators to absorb and store spiritual qi. Most of the 5 states qi cultivators in the world were like this, except for those earth immortals who would pursue more. Chen Pinggan was a little hesitant about whether or not he should refine the golden script gall given to him by the city god of Yanji County of Tsai Country. However, it was said that in the green wooden box was the seal of Tsai Country's city god of Tuoji County of Tsai Country that was personally engraved by a certain generation's celestial master of Mount Longhu. Chen Pinggan decided to use it as a parting gift to Zhong Shanfeng, the future celestial master of Mount Longhu. The city god of Yanji County, Shen Wen, attached great importance to this seal. Chen Pinggan guessed that it was very likely to be a half-immortal weapon. Shen Wen said personally that as long as this seal was combined with the 5 thunder technique of Mount Longhu's direct lineage, its power would be shocking. Back then, when the seal was sealed in the city god's pavilion, it was able to block the invasion of the baleful aura of the huge mass grave outside Yanji County. It was enough to show that its quality was high and it was not something that could be achieved by a Dharma treasure. From the time Chen Pinggan received the seal until today, he had not even opened the green wooden box once. The reason why he was hesitant about refining the golden script gall was that Chen Pinggan had obtained a white bowl with the true shape of the 5 mountains of the ancient Yu country when he was in Tsai country. Under Xu Yuanxia's suggestion, he did not sell it at Qingfu Square in the end. It could create the 5 colors soil of the ancient Yu country. Of course, Chen Pinggan would not use the white bowl that earned him 5 pieces of snow money every year as his natal item of the 5 elements of earth. Instead, Chen Pinggan thought about the momentum of Dallas cavalry heading south. It was like a hot knife through butter. In the north, there was his hometown's cloud-splitting mountain, Wei Pai, and in the south, there seemed to be Fan Juanmao's new southern mountain in Dali. Once it was realized, the 5 colors soil would become extremely precious in Dali, which had a state as the territory of the dynasty. At that time, the Dali imperial court would definitely have tight control over it. Therefore, if Chen Pinggan could now determine the location of the other 3 mountains outside the north and south, gather enough 5 colors soil, and find a suitable vessel, the benefits would definitely be great. However, the difficulty lay in the location of the 3 mountains. The hidden danger lay in using it as a natal item. The short-term benefits would be huge, but it would be closely related to the ups and downs of Dallas national power. However, below the upper 5 realms, there were definitely more advantages than disadvantages, and one could quickly become an earth immortal. At this moment, Chen Pinggan drank the wine, thinking of the Dali scouts in the snow and the neighbor next door, Song Jisin. After drinking the last bit of Osmanthus wine in the cup, Chen Pinggan finally decided to dispel the idea of refining the 5 colors soil. After making the decision, Chen Pinggan no longer hesitated and prepared to refine the golden script gallbladder. However, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to take advantage of the right time, place, and people like in Old Dragon City. Chen Pinggan stood up and went to the window. He leaned on the windowsill, lost in thought. After all, this was not like practicing boxing, where one could persevere over and over again, and one day, one could always complete 1,000,000 punches. Xu Yuanxia knocked on the door and entered. Chen Pinggan sat back at the table, took another wine cup, and the two drank together. They didn't talk about anything serious. Xu Yuanxia talked about his landscape travel book and said that she hoped that one day, a bookstore would be willing to publish it and make some money. Chen Pinggan took out a few small bamboo slips that recorded what he saw and heard along the way. Osmanthus Island in Old Dragon City, the huge immortal ferries of the mountain and sea turtle, the sea of clouds above the city, the Rain Master statue of the sect on the sea, the Rain Master who fell into the sea due to exhaustion near the flood dragon ditch, the sword immortals in the portraits in the Lingji house on the inverted mountain, the horse path of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Yaotian Street of the Fuyang sect in Tongya Continent, the sunrise on Jiaoping Peak outside Mirage City. He handed these green bamboo slips with densely engraved characters to Xu Yuanxia. Xu Yuanxia asked some more details. Next door, the young Taoist priest Zhong Shanfeng was in the house. He stopped his meditation and began to practice boxing slowly. It was not the same as most boxing techniques in the world. It was not suitable for killing enemies and could only be used to practice boxing to nourish the body. However, Zhong Shanfeng felt that it was most suitable for his friend. This set of boxing techniques was created by him and it was still in its embryonic form. The boxing theory came from his master's drunken words and his own understanding. He just didn't know if Chen Pinggan would dislike it and be willing to learn it. In the capital of Qingwan Kingdom, in the evening, two Taoists in green robes who came from afar sat at a small table with a lot of grease on it. There was a bamboo tube on the table and a bunch of bamboo chopsticks. A thin Taoist priest in his 30s was familiar with the temperament of the other party, so he said solemnly, "Ju Juran, let me say it first. I can't eat spicy food." The young Taoist priest named Ju Juran smiled and said, "Monkey, just because you can't eat spicy food, you have missed out on so many delicacies in the world." The older Taoist priest who was jokingly called Monkey shook his head helplessly. Along the way, he had walked with trepidation. It could not be helped. Ju Juran was simply a troublemaker. This person's sense of right and wrong was always more blurred than the other sages of the academy. Fortunately, he was still able to accept it on the whole. This thin Taoist priest, who was more in line with the temperament of the academy than Ju Juran, looked around. This time, the emperor of the Tang family of Qingwan Kingdom insisted on winning the debate between Buddhism and Taoism. As the national religion, his status was higher than that of Confucianism. If not for the fact that the attention of the Lakeview Academy was now focused on the Taoist Heavenly Lord of the North Continent and had no time to care about this matter, Hu Zheng and Ju Juran would not be traveling around Qingwan Kingdom. Instead, the two of them would have gone straight to the palace and reprimanded the emperor of the Tang family. The sage Ju Juran ordered 2 servings of local delicacies from Sichuan. One was spicy and the other was not spicy. He started eating with the monkey from Old Dragon City. The young sage, who liked to call himself Ju Juran, put a large piece of Sichuan into his mouth and said vaguely, "I heard that the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in Qingwan Kingdom this time is a little different. To the outside world, it is said that Buddhism and Taoism will each send 10 immortals and eminent monks, and then they will quarrel in the palace to see who is better at quarreling. However, the real deciding factor is in the dark. They specially invited an old man from the Jiang family of Yunlin Kingdom to be the CEO, and then let 2 earth immortals use their supernatural powers to observe a Taoist priest and a monk. They want to seamlessly arrange a private debate between these two to see who is better in Buddhism and Taoism. Not only do they want to determine who is better in Buddhist scriptures and Taoist scriptures, but they also want to compete in social interactions and the merits of persuasion, knowledge, self-cultivation, and education. The older Confucian frowned. This was the first time Ju Juran talked about this inside story. After thinking for a while, his brows relaxed. No wonder the hill master is not angry. Stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade. This move by Qinghuan Kingdom is not entirely a bad thing. Zhu Juren smiled knowingly and pointed at the Confucian opposite him with his chopsticks. You, Hu Zheng, are the most compatible with my temperament. It is good that you are able to see through things. The gentleman from the academy named Hu Zheng shook his head and did not speak. Zhu Juren asked, such a big thing happened in Old Dragon City. Don't you want to go home and take a look? Hu Zheng still shook his head. It's useless even if I go. There isn't much of the family tradition passed down from the ancestors of the Hu clan. It's just a candle in the wind. If I go, I'll just twist the flame a little brighter. It's better to hang on like this. I can only hope that a responsible junior will appear. Only then will I dare to help. Zhu Juren nodded. You are so thoughtful. Hu Zheng smiled bitterly. After all, I was born and grew up there. How can I not think more? Zhu Juren put down his chopsticks and asked, are you full? Hu Zheng looked at the empty big white bowl in front of Zhu Juren. There was not even any soup left. He ignored Zhu Juren and buried his head in eating. Zhu Juren sighed and turned his head to shout, shopkeeper, give me another bowl. Remember to put less spice. The spicy food in your stall is really spicy. It is really spicy. On the street, there were women and young girls who had just returned from their excursions. Zhu Juren sighed and said, the beauties who have just returned from their spring excursions are slightly sweaty. Coupled with the faint fragrance from the mountains and lakes, they are really beautiful. Hu Zheng turned a deaf ear. Zhu Juren said again, why don't I join in and turn the debate between Buddhism and Taoism of Qinghuan Kingdom into a small battle between the three sects? Hu Zheng replied very quickly this time. He did not even raise his head and said indifferently, no. Zhu Juren slammed his palm on the table. Shopkeeper, I want more spicy food. When the sages and gentlemen of the academy were sitting opposite each other and eating, there was a small Taoist temple not far from the capital. The temple master was a middle-aged Taoist. He was not famous in Qinghuan Kingdom. If he was only a cultivator, he was not worth mentioning. This temple master was not even a qi cultivator in the middle 5 states. Compared to the ancient Taoist temples in Qinghuan Kingdom that were easily thousands or hundreds of years old, this Baiyun temple was only built a little more than 100 years ago. The fengshui treasured land in the capital had long been divided up by those senior Taoist temples and temples. The Baiyun temple, which was as small as a piece of tofu, had to be close to a noisy market. There were a few old trees in the temple, but these barely presentable trees caused a lot of trouble for the Baiyun temple. The children in the nearby market liked to fly kites and often hung them on the big trees in the temple. Therefore, every now and then, there would be women and men leading their crying children to curse outside the Baiyun temple. After they finished cursing outside the temple, they would rush into the temple and reprimand those cowering little Taoists. They would ask them to climb up the trees and retrieve the broken kites. After retrieving the kites, the children would stop crying and laugh. Most of the adults who delayed the work at hand were still cursing. It was inevitable that they would say that these obstructive trees should be chopped and burned as soon as possible. The haggard middle-aged temple master would actually walk out of the study room every time. He only dared to secretly stand in the distance with a sad face and let his junior brothers or his own disciples block the disaster. Once, his own little Taoist child secretly ran out and flew a kite with the neighborhood children he was familiar with. He accidentally got hung on a tree too. After a long struggle, he really felt sorry for the kite and still forced himself to tell the temple. In the end, he was finally caught by his master and the temple master to vent his anger. He was beaten so badly that his butt almost split open. However, on the same day, the little Taoist child was overjoyed. It turned out that there was a porcelain doll that he had coveted for a long time in his bed. He showed it off to the other Taoist children for a long time. At this moment, it was already dusk. The middle-aged Taoist priest raised his head in the small study room and stared at the words in the book for a long time. His eyes were slightly sore. On the 4 walls of the study room, there were 2 bookshelves that reached the top. In addition to a whole set of Taoist scriptures, there were also many Buddhist scriptures and Confucian classics. The middle-aged Taoist priest had already read them all carefully. Just the small regular script that he wrote based on his reading experience over the years had more than 900,000 words. Other people cultivated for the sake of achieving immortality and breaking free from the prison of heaven and earth. However, the temple master of this small Taoist temple wanted to live for a few more years so that he could read more books. He wanted to read all the books of the sages of the 3 religions and hundreds of schools. Although Chen Pinggan and his group were currently living under the roof of the Great Swamp Sect, Zhu Fengxian had never once visited Chen Pinggan to get close to him. It was only on the morning of the ceremony that he called Chen Pinggan to climb the mountain together and go to the Golden Osmanthus Temple at the peak of the mountain. On the way up the mountain, Zhu Fengxian and Chenan walked side by side. The things they talked about were only the local customs of Qinghuan country. When they arrived at the entrance of the Golden Osmanthus Temple, Shu Borui welcomed them with a smile. He arranged for Zhu Fengxian and Chen Pinggan's group to sit in the front row adjacent to the entrance of the temple. In the end, the temple master, old immortal Zhongguo, accepted 9 disciples. Zhu Xiang and Liu Qingcheng were among them without any suspense. As for the other 7, 2 of them were siblings from the streets. The remaining 5 were the descendants of the wealthy families of Qinghuan, Qingshan, and Yunxiao country. Including Shu Borui and the other 2, there were a total of 12 direct disciples of the temple master. The little Taoist priest who lent the umbrella to Pei Qian was now the senior brother of the 9 disciples. He stood behind Shu Borui and was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Then, he quickly looked at Pei Qian, only to find that she didn't even look at him. The little Taoist priest was a little disappointed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the ceremony of a Taoist master accepting disciples was complicated and complicated. It actually took almost 2 hours. After the ceremony was over, Chen Pinggan, Zhu Fengxian, the old woman from Rouge House, and the other leaders of various forces were all given an expensive Osmanthus oilpaper umbrella by Jin Guiguan. Zhu Fengxian still had to stay at the mountainside for a few days. After all, Zhu Xiang had just become a disciple of the Golden Osmanthus Temple. If he wasn't acclimatized to the environment or wasn't used to it, Zhu Fengxian wouldn't feel at ease leaving the mountain. After watching the disciple acceptance ceremony for nothing and receiving an umbrella for nothing, Chen Pinggan bid farewell to Zhu Fengxian and the old woman from Rouge Building. Chen Pinggan and the others left Mount Qingyao and continued on their way. They followed the secluded and deep mountain forest path toward the Viceroy Manor. The yellow ox joined the group and Pei Qian sat on its back. The first time Pei Qian asked to ride the yellow ox, she was hit by Chen Pinggan. However, the yellow ox didn't refuse and allowed Pei Qian to sit on its back. Compared to the 4 people in the picture scroll of Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Zhong Shanfeng and Xu Yuanxia knew more about the mountain, so they were especially surprised. After another 10 days, they passed by a village surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. At dusk, smoke rose in spirals from kitchen chimneys. Black roof tiles and white walls, richly ornamented buildings, it was a paradise. Chen Pinggan and the rest walked along the mountain path. When they reached the village entrance, they found that they couldn't speak the language. Later on, a teacher from the village school hurried over and communicated with Chen Pinggan in the language of the Baoping continent. Coincidentally, Chen Pinggan found out that almost everyone in this village had the surname Chen. They had been practicing martial arts for generations, but according to the ancestral rules, no matter how poor the family, their children had to finish 4 years of schooling before they could leave school and become farmers. The patriarch was an old man in his 70s. He was hale and hearty, and he walked as if he was flying. He wore a grey robe and cloth shoes. According to the teacher, the old patriarch was highly respected and had profound martial arts skills within a radius of several hundred miles. Because of his heroic feat of stopping a horse to save a child in a busy city, he had the good reputation of Chen Paifang. When the old man heard that Chen Pinggan also had the surname Chen, he was extremely happy and invited them to his home as guests. They had already finished dinner, so the old man directly asked his family to prepare a sumptuous meal. The old man himself picked up a pot of homemade wine and pulled Chen Pinggan to drink. Although the old man loved to drink, he didn't like to persuade people to drink at the table. As a result, Chen Pinggan drank a little too much. In the end, he didn't know how he got to the house. When he woke up in the middle of the night, he found himself lying on an unfamiliar antique bed. He lifted the quilt, put on his boots, pushed open the door, and looked up. The arch was exquisite. Back in the lotus flower-blessed land, Chen Pinggan had asked the imperial tutor, Zhong Qiu, for many books on bridge construction from the Ministry of Works. Among them, there was a book called Construction Methods. Chen Pinggan read it the most. Not only was it about bridges, but it also introduced buildings, attics, and other buildings. Chen Pinggan was also entranced by it. Most of the houses in the village were connected together, so the corridors were often very long. After the brothers separated, they were still adjacent. Chen Pinggan walked out of the corridor and walked along the bluestone road until he reached the side of a pond. He stood there for the whole night. In fact, he didn't think much. He was just in a daze. The next day, he was asked to stay by the old patriarch who couldn't refuse his hospitality. Although Pei Qian didn't speak the local dialect, she still played with a large group of people of the same age. That day, when he called Pei Qian for dinner, the group of children were playing eagle-catching chicks. Pei Qian wanted to play with Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan smiled and hooked 2 fingers. He raised his hand and made a gesture of hitting a chestnut. However, he couldn't resist Pei Qian's pestering. Chen Pinggan became the old hen protecting the chicks, and Pei Qian became the eagle catching the chicks. Pei Qian couldn't catch the chicks at the tail of Chen Pinggan's group. Thus, she swapped places with her peer. In the end, Pei Qian laughed the loudest. A young Daoist priest stood in the distance. He smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he was waiting for the master and disciple to come to the table to eat. Almost all the children dispersed and went home. Accompanied by the smoke and the afterglow, there were also elders at the door of their own homes, shouting the names of their children. Chen Pinggan held Pei Qian's hand and walked towards Zhong Shanfeng. When the 3 of them walked in the alley, a short old Daoist with a brandy nose suddenly appeared in front of them. He was dressed in a black Daoist robe, with a lifelike bright red fire dragon embroidered on his left and right sleeves. Zhong Shanfeng was stunned on the spot. Chen Pinggan held his breath and focused, as though he was facing a formidable enemy. Pei Qian only took a few glances before hurriedly turning her head away, not daring to take another look. Zhong Shanfeng quickly walked forward and asked in puzzlement, "Master, why are you here?" The elder glared and said, "If I didn't come to bring you back to the mountain to cultivate, were you going to marry and have children outside and have children?" Zhong Shanfeng turned his head and smiled helplessly at Chen Pinggan. The gist of it was that his master was like that, so there was no need to take it to heart. After the young Daoist priest turned his head, the elder looked at the slightly pale Zhong Shanfeng in a daze. He then looked at his disciple's shoulder that had been pierced by the intrinsic flying sword. He stomped his foot and said angrily, "Who dares to hurt you? Tell me your name, and I will stab his scarecrow." Zhong Shanfeng wiped his face with his palm. Having such a master, he was too ashamed to face Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan's expression was solemn as he cupped his fists and bowed to the old Daoist priest from the North Continent. The old man, who was a heavenly master of Mount Longhu with an external surname, nodded at Chen Pinggan and spoke directly to him through the ripples in his heart lake. "Kid, your longevity bridge has been destroyed and rebuilt, right? It was a little rough. However, you are now the intrinsic item of water of the 5 elements, and you have refined it with immortality. Not bad, not bad." After the elder finished speaking, he looked at Zhong Shanfeng again and asked him to extend his palm. The old Daoist priest put 2 fingers together and drew a talisman in the air above Zhong Shanfeng's palm. After the talisman was completed, he waved his sleeve and a golden light flashed. Then, the Zhenwu sword that was supposed to be in the Governor-General's office and Xu Yuanxia's dagger fell out of the air. Zhong Shanfeng was not surprised and reached out to catch the Zhenwu sword and dagger. He did not forget to turn to Chen Pinggan and explain, "My master's cultivation is not high. He is not good at other things, but he is very good at these unorthodox tricks." The elder smiled while stroking his beard. He was proud of exposing his last disciple's shortcomings. Instead of being ashamed, he was proud. Chen Pinggan looked at the young Daoist priest and then at the old Daoist priest with embroidered fire dragons on his sleeves. He felt that Zhong Shanfeng was too ignorant and misunderstood his master too much. The elder seemed to draw a talisman on the ground with the tip of his foot. There was no trace on the bluestone floor, and then he asked Zhong Shanfeng to stand in it. Zhong Shanfeng wanted to say something but stopped. The elder said in an unquestionable tone, "I want to take you to Mount Longhu." Zhong Shanfeng walked into the talisman that did not seem to exist. He threw the dagger in his hand to Chen Pinggan and said with a bitter smile, "Help me apologize to Brother Shu. I was in too much of a hurry and had to leave without saying goodbye." Chen Pinggan took Shu Yuanxia's dagger and remembered something. He quickly took out the green wooden box from the Fengsuan item and threw it to Zhong Shanfeng. Inside is a seal of the city god pavilion of Tsai country's Yanji County. "I'll give it to you. It's best to use it with the Five Thunder execution." Zhong Shanfeng saw that the wooden box was old and looked very ordinary, so he put it away. The elder squinted his eyes and returned to normal in an instant. He said with a smile, "You can make a request and I'll count it 10 times. I won't wait if it's too late." Chen Pinggan said without hesitation, "Then I'll have to trouble you to teach Zhong Shanfeng some profound Taoist techniques. I'd like to ask you to put in some effort." The elder laughed heartily and pointed at Chen Pinggan. He said, "Good boy, you're cursing me in a roundabout way." The elder grabbed Zhong Shanfeng and the two of them disappeared in a flash. Chen Pinggan found that there was no movement in the thin spiritual aura around the alley. Chen Pinggan was lost in thought. Pei Qian pulled his sleeve and asked, "What should we do?" Chen Pinggan came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Let's go eat." 380. Chen Pinggan went to the table of the patriarch of the Chen family and sat in Zhong Shanfeng's seat. He briefly told Shu Yuanxia that Zhong Shanfeng was taken away by his master. The bearded man was not sad at all. Since he was born in the battlefield, he was used to life and death. Chen Pinggan drank a few cups with Shu Yuanxia. Before entering the room and sitting at the table, Chen Pinggan took 2 pots of Osmanthus wine. He gave one to the old man in the long gown and drank the other with Shu Yuanxia. The old man had been drinking his own sorghum wine all his life. His impression of wine was that it was hot to the throat and intestines. Since he was a straightforward man, he asked his teacher and Chen Pinggan to tell him that the wine should be very expensive. However, the wine tasted soft and not strong enough. It was just right for the women in the village to drink it. Chen Pinggan could do nothing about it. Shu Yuanxia knew that the Osmanthus wine was very precious. It was really the immortal wine that could really prolong the life of a mortal teacher. This small pot of wine was not enough to buy even all the sorghum wine in the whole village. However, the old man in the long gown said that the wine was unbearable. The bearded man almost choked to death. After the meal, Chen Pinggan and Shu Yuanxia took a stroll around the quiet village. Shu Yuanxia put away the dagger after Chen Pinggan gave her some descriptions of Zhong Shanfeng's master. She was very surprised. The Qi refinement warrior's shrinking ground to inches was originally derived from the Daoist's astral steps. Zhong Shanfeng is a Daoist with a different surname from Mount Longhu, so it's not strange that his master is proficient in this technique. At the end of the day, it's still a family's martial arts. The key is how far one can travel with one's divine ability. The difference is naturally the difference between a few hundred feet and dozens of miles. Shu Yuanxia continued, "That's not all. But what kind of skill can Zhong Shanfeng use to draw the Zhenwu sword and the short knife from thousands of miles away?" Chen Pinggan sighed, "I don't know." Shu Yuanxia smiled and said, "No matter what, it's a good thing. Zhong Shanfeng has a master with great magical powers, but this kid is not honest. He kept hiding things from me and made me think that he was an outer sect disciple of a sect in a remote mountain in the North Continent. After all, the so-called celestial masters of Mount Longhu went down the mountain to slay demons and devils. Along the way, I was very worried. I tried to ask him a few times, trying to make sure that he hadn't joined a sect that cheated people of their money. If he had really become a disciple of a swindler, he would have turned back and decided not to return to the North Continent. Fortunately, I wasn't there at the time. Otherwise, my eyeballs would have popped out. Chen Pinggan laughed gloatingly. Xu Yuanxia hesitated. The two walked slowly along the bluestone path of the pond. Chen Pinggan said, "Brother Xu, if you have something to say, we don't have to be polite." Xu Yuanxia said, "On this trip to the Qinghuan Kingdom, Zhong Shanfeng accompanied me to deliver the urn of ashes. Later, I accompanied him to watch the water and land spiritual assembly and the heavenly grand ritual. Now that Zhong Shanfeng's master has gone to the celestial master's residence in the central divine continent, I'm a little homesick." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Then go back early." Xu Yuanxia stopped and reached out her hand to stroke her beard. "After wandering outside for so many years, I don't know what has happened to my hometown except for the soldiers' pay and the letters sent back regularly." Chen Pinggan asked softly, "I'll go with you? If you think that Wei Xian and the others are not suitable, I'll only bring Pei Qian back with you. Let Wei Xian and the others go to the capital of the Qinghuan Kingdom first." Xu Yuanxia smiled and waved her hand. "You're not a beautiful girl. Why would I want you to go back with me? Just follow the planned route. You don't have to mess up my plan." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "I don't have a plan. What's wrong? Is there something shameful in your hometown? Are you afraid that I'll see through you?" Xu Yuanxia sighed and squatted by the pond. She tapped the handle of her dagger on the bluestone and said, "My family is quite well off. In the county, we can barely be considered a local noble family. I had a marriage arrangement in my early years. Before I left my hometown, I stole a glance at the girl. She was quite pretty. Actually, I liked her. At that time, I was ambitious and thought that I would be able to make a name for myself in 3 to 5 years. At that time, I would just marry her in a grand manner. But I didn't expect that I would be out for more than 10 years." Chen Pinggan squatted beside Xu Yuanxia and comforted him. "Brother Xu, you're a real martial artist of the 5 states and you're familiar with battle formations. In your hometown, it shouldn't be difficult to become a general in the imperial court." Xu Yuanxia nodded and said, "It's not difficult." Xu Yuanxia sighed and said, "I'm afraid of returning home. Just thinking about it makes me nervous. When I was young, I fought for my life on the battlefield, but I didn't feel so worried." Chen Pinggan thought about it. Since Xu Yuanxia wanted to return home alone, she must have her reasons. He said softly, "I'm going to Qingxia Island in Book Lake to find a child named Jiyu Kan. He lived with me in Mud Bottle Alley in my early years. His master is Liu Zhimao, the immortal of the river Severing. If everything goes well, I'll go to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom and find a few children who also came from my hometown. Brother Xu, when you return to your hometown, if you have problems that you can't solve by yourself, don't forget that you still have 2 good friends in Jianghu. Since Zhong Shanfeng is not easy to find now, you can find me, Chen Pinggan. But it might be a little troublesome. You'll need to send 2 letters at the same time so that I won't miss them." Xu Yuanxia patted Chen Pinggan's shoulder and pointed to the pond in front of them. "In my hometown, there's a pond like this. It's not even Jianghu. A martial artist of the 5 states with 2 good quality divine weapons is enough for me to show off. Even if the governor of a country sees me, he'll have to treat me as a guest of honor. Do you think everyone is like you, Chen Pinggan?" Chen Pinggan handed over the blade-strengthening gourd and whispered, "Drink the wine inside. This is the real good wine. If you like it, you can take it. But of course, you have to leave the gourd." Xu Yuanxia was skeptical, but as soon as she drank a mouthful of the medicinal wine refined from the nascent soul-old flood dragon's golden core, her face instantly flushed red. A mouthful of pure true qi inside her body surged up and down, rushing through her qi mansion, aperture, and acupoints along the way like a huge wave slapping against a stone cliff. Xu Yuanxia hurriedly circulated her qi to regulate her breathing. With great difficulty, she finally digested that surge of energy. She burped and spat out a mouthful of turbid air that had been accumulating for a long time, which she had been unable to purify. She wiped her mouth, her eyes shining. Chen Pinggan was not in a hurry to take back the blade-strengthening gourd. He crossed his arms and said with a smile, "Do you think everyone is like Xu Yuanxia? Can you drink the small refined wine in this gourd?" The bearded man laughed and did not stand on ceremony with Chen Pinggan. He drank another mouthful of the medicinal wine to help cleanse the turbid qi in his pure genuine qi. In the end, he was not satisfied and drank a third mouthful. He sat cross-legged for a long time like an old monk. When he opened his eyes, he handed the gourd back to Chen Pinggan. Okay, you can't do it more than 3 times. I finally have some hope in my life. I hope to be a martial artist of the 6th realm. 3 mouthfuls are enough. If I drink more, it will be too much. The foundation of a martial artist is not good enough. I can't bear this kind of good wine. But let's make it clear in advance. When I break through the last bottleneck of the 5th realm, I will ask you for more wine. Chen Pinggan was puzzled. Then take the wine. It will save you the trouble of asking me for it. Although Chen Pinggan needed a small amount of medicinal wine to nourish his body and spirit, his martial arts cultivation had been on the right track. If he did not drink the medicinal wine, it would only slow down the rise of his cultivation. It was not like the timely help that old Dragon City had given him after he received the sword-swallowing boat, which was the icing on the cake. However, for Xu Yuanxia, this pot of medicinal wine, which could not be bought with money, was more significant. In the small countries of the Aquarius continent outside the Dali dynasty, the difference between the 5th realm and the 6th realm was 1 realm. The treatment of the martial artists of the 5th realm and the 6th realm was very different. In the small countries in the corner, a martial artist of the 7th realm might be involved in the martial arts fate of the country. Then, a martial artist of the 6th realm who had a chance to reach the Golden Body realm would naturally be a treasure in the hearts of the kings of the small countries. Xu Yuanxia glanced at Chen Pinggan. This medicinal wine can improve one's cultivation without any side effects. Of course, it is a good thing. But it may not be a good thing for a martial artist who wants to break through to the next realm to train his mind. With the medicinal wine, it is inevitable that he will feel lucky. When he practices martial arts in the future, his hands will not be slack, but his mind will be slack. Chen Pinggan, do you think that all the martial artists in the world, whose cultivation is close at hand and can clearly improve by drinking a mouthful, can really resist drinking a drop of wine? Xu Yuanxia looked into the distance and sighed. Even if I know that it will eventually hinder the opportunity to break through to the next realm, I, Xu Yuanxia, admit that I usually cannot resist. Besides, I am a drunkard. When my addiction to wine reaches my head, I don't care about the bottleneck. I will drink first. In terms of the determination of the mind on the path of cultivation, Xu Yuanxia admitted that she was not as good as Zhong Shanfeng, and even worse than Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan nodded. Then when Brother Xu ascends to the 6th realm, I will give you more wine as a celebratory drink. Xu Yuanxia suddenly said, if you have the chance to pass by Tsai Kingdom and Shushui Kingdom on your journey to the north this time, don't forget to visit Sword Saint Song, that pair of children in Yanji County, and of course, that haunted house couple from back then. Chen Pinggan smiled. Of course. I still have to treat Elder Song to a hot pot in return. Then I will see if that pair of children's cultivation is going smoothly. Finally, I will go to that old house and try the old granny's stewed meat with dried bamboo shoots. Xu Yuanxia laughed loudly. That's right, Chen Pinggan is still the same old Chen Pinggan. She patted this guy's shoulder again. The bearded man's grip was a bit too strong. He said boldly, Chen Pinggan, you and Zhong Shanfeng have to do well. In the future, when you become successful and famous, let me hear about it in my hometown. When the time comes, I will be able to brag to people and have countless people cry and beg to invite me, Xu Yuanxia, to drink and tell them about the 2 of you. Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and joked, Brother Xu, I hope to hear your auspicious words. Xu Yuanxia stood up. All right, it was fine before. I didn't feel anything when I wandered around. Now that I think about my hometown, it's like the alcohol worm in my stomach is rebelling. If I don't drink a mouthful, I will die of discomfort. Haha, my hometown is that jar of old wine. All right, let's go drink. Chen Pinggan stood up as well. Then I will accompany you to your residence to get your luggage, and then walk with you. Xu Yuanxia glared at him and said, you are so wishy-washy. You have to learn from Zhong Shanfeng. You can just walk as you wish. How straightforward. Chen Pinggan rolled his eyes and said, "Him? If Zhong Shanfeng isn't crying right now, then it means that he has grown up. Why don't we make a bet?" Xu Yuanxia rubbed her chin. "Then I bet that Zhong Shanfeng is secretly crying behind his master's back." Chen Pinggan also rubbed his chin. "Great minds think alike." Xu Yuanxia smiled and strode away. She didn't want Chen Pinggan to see her off. The bearded ranger suddenly remembered that it was late at night. There might be women and children in the village who had gone to bed early. He stopped talking and turned his back to Chen Pinggan. He waved goodbye without any hesitation. Chen Pinggan stood in the same place. He was a little sad. About 2 incense sticks later, Pei Qian ran over in a daze. It was a little scary to run around in alleys at night. There was a yellow paper talisman stuck on her forehead. When she found Chen Pinggan, she asked curiously, "Why did Uncle Big Beard run away? Did he owe master money and can't pay it back? Is he too ashamed to see people, so he ran away in the middle of the night?" This made Pei Qian a little annoyed. She stomped her foot and hit her palm with her fist. She said angrily, "This poor bearded man is really not loyal. If he can't pay back the debt, he can borrow money from me in private. I won't tell master about this shameful thing." Although Pei Qian didn't know the reason, she always felt that after Chen Pinggan met the young Taoist priest who wasn't very capable and the loud bearded man, he was very happy. It seemed that he was happier than making a lot of money. But in fact, since they met the yellow ox in the coal, her master had been losing money. Didn't he give Zhong Shanfeng a green wooden box that seemed to have some kind of seal on it? Moreover, from Old Dragon City to B-Tail Ferry, how could her master be willing to take out Osmanthus wine and well immortal wine every day? It was like making friends in Jianghu. It was not interesting at all. From the beginning to the end, she had been losing money. Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head. "Your bearded uncle is just homesick. In the future, we can go find him. When you wander Jianghu by yourself, you can also find him. At that time, you should be able to drink. Remember to bring some good wine." Pei Qian shook her head and said, "Jianghu is dangerous. Wine is too expensive. I have decided not to wander Jianghu." Chen Pinggan twisted her ear. "You're so young and you're telling me that Jianghu is dangerous?" Pei Qian stood on tiptoe and begged for mercy. "Old Wei and Uncle Big Beard both said so. I just feel like I'm a hero of Jianghu. I just said it casually." Chen Pinggan let go of his hand and smiled. 6 steps, go back and sleep." Pei Qian's walking stance was now very good. It was just that the sword furnace stance was still not good enough. As for the heaven and earth stance, Pei Qian really wanted to learn it, but she couldn't because she couldn't even hold up the stance. The night passed uneventfully. After Chen Pinggan woke up, he didn't go out for a walk. Because in half an hour, the martial artists in the village would gather to practice martial arts. Morning and night, year after year, it was unshakable. As long as it was a man, no matter if it was a young man or a young man, it was the same. Even if it was a woman who wanted to participate, there was no taboo. After all, if one didn't have solid martial arts skills, they wouldn't be able to earn a golden signboard. According to what the teacher said, the Chen family's disciples who walked the Jianghu relied on the family head's nickname, Chen Paifang. In Qingluan country, this region, they still had a lot of prestige. Yesterday, when Chen Pinggan passed by the Chen family's practice field, he didn't watch the practice like he did in Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Instead, he directly left. Not only that, he also told the 4 people in the picture scroll, especially Lu Baixiang and Sui Yuyu, not to bring weapons around the village. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. This morning, the group gathered together to eat breakfast. After eating, they were about to leave the village. Chen Pinggan planned to go to the capital of Qingluan country and see the debate between Buddhism and Taoism that the emperor of the Tang family held before leaving. In Qingluan country, other than the B-Tail ferry that bordered the 3 countries, there was also an immortal ferry in the east. It was said that it was slightly bigger than the B-Tail ferry. Previously, at the B-Tail ferry, they learned that the central region of the Aquarius continent was in chaos. The mountains and the bottom of the mountains were not safe. Many ferries that went there had temporarily stopped. Moreover, There was no ferry on the Bookslip Lake. The two ferries near the Bookslip Lake were in an important place in the capital of a country and a sect on a mountain. They were both met with disaster and were trampled by the Dali cavalry. Therefore, Chen Pinggan wanted to go to the eastern ferry to try his luck. Otherwise, if he wanted to walk to the Bookslip Lake, it was really too far away. When everyone was eating porridge around the table, they all turned their heads to look at the courtyard outside the house. A snow-white figure floated out from the shadows of the corridor. After standing still, that person had a bright smile on his face. It was a young immortal dressed in white. Compared to Chen Pinggan, he had more of an immortal aura. Pei Qian looked at the uninvited guest in a daze. He did not know why, but he took out the demon-suppressing pagoda talisman and hurriedly stuck it on his forehead. Chen Pinggan put down his chopsticks and sighed. The four people in the picture scroll all looked a little puzzled. Apart from his appearance and clothes, they could not see the depth of this person's cultivation level. They could not even tell whether he was an immortal from the mountain or a pure martial artist. But the more it was like this, the more uncertain the four people felt. Chen Pinggan stood up and stopped near the threshold. He asked, "Why are you here?" The white-clothed youth's eyes were brimming with tears, his lips trembling. It was very touching. He cried and rushed towards Chen Pinggan, as if he wanted to hug Chen Pinggan and complain about the pain of parting. "Student came too late to save you, teacher, and let you suffer so much injustice. Disciple Kui Dongshan will not be able to redeem himself even if he dies 100 times. Ah!" Chen Pinggan directly kicked that disgusting disciple back. Pei Qian stared with his eyes wide open. Where did this guy come from? Did he want to snatch teacher from him? The white-clothed youth spun countless times in the air, his sleeves fluttering. He was as beautiful as a white cloud that was pushed away by an immortal. 1. 381. After Kui Dongshan stood still, he wiped his tears and jogged over. "Teacher, you've traveled more than 1,000,000 miles. You've worked hard, it's been too hard. I can't accompany you and ease your worries." Damn it, damn it. Lu Baixiang understood. He remembered that Chen Pinggan said that he had an anonymous disciple who was studying at the Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom. He knew how to play chess and could exchange pointers with him if there was a chance. Chen Pinggan turned and sat back on the bench. Pei Qian, whose forehead was still pasted with the yellow paper talisman, hesitated for a moment before leaving his seat and sitting next to Chen Pinggan. Kui Dongshan strode over the threshold but did not sit next to Chen Pinggan. He first went to the kitchen to find a pair of chopsticks and finally sat on the bench with Lu Baixiang. Kui Dongshan was just about to pick up a piece of fermented bean curd for porridge when he suddenly put down his chopsticks. "My heart hurts so much that I don't have any chopsticks left." Chen Pinggan asked directly, "Did you follow the contents of the letter I sent to Li Baoping and come here? But why did you come to Qinghuan Kingdom? I was going to Cliff Academy to find you anyway. Is it because of this debate between Buddhism and Taoism?" Kui Dongshan laughed. "Chickens pecking at each other for food, what's there to see? I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, in everyone's eyes, the arrogant young immortal suddenly slapped himself in the face. Will you die if you don't brag?" After that, Chen Pinggan didn't ask anything. Kui Dongshan just ate as fast as he could. After the meal, Zhu Lian and Pei Qian cleared the table. Kui Dongshan asked the hunchbacked old man if he needed any help. Zhu Lian politely said that there was no need. Kui Dongshan made a no sound and followed Chen Pinggan out of the house towards the courtyard. Lu Baixiang asked, "When we have time later, can we play a game of chess?" Kui Dongshan did not turn his head and waved his hand, "No." When the white-clothed youth left their field of vision, everyone felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Zhu Lian stood at the door of the kitchen, rubbing his hands to wipe the water. He looked at Wei Xian who was sitting on the steps and asked with a smile, "What do you mean?" Wei Xian said calmly, "The one who saw the abyssal fish." Lu Baixiang asked Sui Yuyu, "Do you think this person thinks that I am not qualified to negotiate with him, or is he afraid that he will embarrass himself?" Sui Yuyu didn't answer the question. "This skin is a little strange." Pei Qian poked his head out of the door of the main room, as if he had to hide from the handsome young man in white fluttering clothes. He was afraid that he would run out from the corridor in the blink of an eye. It seemed that he was really afraid of this person. Pei Qian regarded Kui Dongshan as a scourge after just one meal. Chen Pinggan took Kui Dongshan for a stroll in the alleys of the village. The ground was made of bluestone slabs that were as smooth as a mirror. Kui Dongshan followed behind Chen Pinggan obediently. In the dim alleys between two towering walls and the bluestone ground, the teacher and student looked like two white sparrows. Kui Dongshan quickened his pace and walked side by side with Chen Pinggan. He put one hand behind his back and patted the wall with the other. He said softly, "I heard that you got a young spirit body of Du Mao, a great cultivator in the Ascendant Realm. This is the physique of an immortal realm cultivator, and its degree of toughness is sufficient to rival a martial artist of the Ninth Realm. Not to mention this immortal's shed skin, it has long been constructed and managed by Du Mao to the point that it's similar to a small paradise. Whoever is able to occupy it will obtain a smooth path towards the great Tao that will surely ascend to the 5 realms." Chen Pinggan asked, "You heard? Who did you hear it from?" Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "I have my own ideas, and I have my own ways." Chen Pinggan asked directly, "Do you want this immortal's slough?" Kui Dongshan's expression was complicated. He shook his head and said, "My current skin is the immortal slough left by the ancient times, and it is the body of a flood dragon in the land of Jiushu. Compared with Du Mao's young spirit body, it is even more precious. It's just that it is a priceless treasure. Who wouldn't be envious when they see it? If you pity me and give me the immortal slough with a wave of your hand, I will be so grateful that I will be willing to do anything for you." Chen Pinggan asked, "Where can I find a powerful otherworldly item that is worthy of the immortal slough? A heroic spirit from the ancient battlefield ruins? Or some ghost generals and ghost kings from the unmarked burial mounds?" Kui Dongshan said with a cheeky smile, "It turns out that you are quite familiar with the matter of a dove occupying a magpie's nest, but I have a bad news to tell you. Whether it is the ancient battlefield where countless ghost soldiers and generals wander, or the unmarked burial mounds where tens of thousands of people are buried, the things produced are still too small. In terms of cultivation, they are at most nascent soul realm ghosts, which can't suppress the immortal slough at all. Once they enter, it is like a pot of oil and a water prison. The two corrode each other, and neither of them will end well. So in the end, it still depends on your face and luck whether you can find an otherworldly item that is naturally tough and has extremely hard bones. As for the realm of the otherworldly item, it is actually not important." Chen Pinggan silently remembered it in his heart, and then said, "We are about to leave for the capital of Qingluan country. On the way, we may pass by a governor's mansion. We may not necessarily pay them a visit, but they may take the initiative to come to us. I will tell you this first." Kui Dongshan bowed with both hands and said, "As you wish, I have no objections." After leaving the village, Kui Dongshan only said some flattering words to Chen Pinggan. He did not interact with Pei Qian, the 4 people in the painting scroll, and did not speak much. It was like he had an extra follower that was idle all day long. Other than the unusual appearance that day, Kui Dongshan's performance after that was really mediocre and extremely mediocre. When Lu Baixiang and Sui Yuyu were playing chess, he did not even go near them. When Pei Qian used that crazy demon sword technique, he did not even look. When Zhu Lian was cooking, he did not help. From day to night, he just followed Chen Pinggan obediently. One day, they arrived at a small county. There was a civil and military temple in the county. However, the incense in the civil and military temple was dim, while the incense in the military temple was bright. It was said that the incense could bless people and make them rich, which was very effective. Therefore, how could the incense not be abundant? During the day, the noisy military temple was much quieter at night. The civil and military temple was not like the other temples in the area. Normally, it was not closed at night. That day, Chen Pinggan, who was resting in the county, took Kui Dongshan to the civil and military temple under the dim light of night. He asked the 4 people in the painting scroll to stay in the inn to protect Pei Qian. The 2 went to the Confucian temple first. In the history of the Qinghuan kingdom, a civil official with the posthumous title of Duke when Zhen was worshipped there. He was once an official in the local county and did good deeds. Therefore, all the Confucian temples in the area were worshipped there. The reason why they visited the Confucian temple at night was that Chen Pinggan had been overlooking the county from a distant mountain ridge. If he looked into the distance, he could vaguely see that 2 places in the county were covered with dark clouds. Evil qi rose and slowly spread around the county. After Chen Pinggan noticed the abnormality, Kui Dongshan casually revealed the heavenly secret: the civil and military temple has been harmed. It has been used as a bridge for cultivators to steal someone's fortune and fortune. If people in the county were born with some talent for cultivation, they might see the statue of the civil and military saint shedding tears when they went to burn incense there recently. Otherwise, they might have been warned by the 2 local gods in their dreams. However, after Chen Pinggan and the others went to the Confucian temple, the gods did not show up except for the strong yin qi. It was just a clay statue with few incense sticks. When they left, Kui Dongshan explained with a smile, "After all, we are outsiders. We have never burned incense in the Confucian temple. The local gods have weak spirituality and are dying. It is difficult for them to show up and talk to us. Moreover, they are suspicious of us. We might as well hide and wait for death. It is better than leaving the golden body and being caught by the chi trainers with evil intentions. We will be bound by the soul arresting and God arresting techniques. We will end up in a worse situation than our golden body being destroyed." When he arrived at the Guanlin temple, Chen Ping's heart tightened. Although there were no more incense sticks lit by the commoners in the temple, Chen Ping'an could still see the flourishing sight of incense sticks curling up in spirals. However, there was a chilling aura in the seemingly flourishing sight. Adding oil to a raging fire was not a long-term solution. Not only that, Chen Ping'an went to the large incense burner to take a look at the remaining incense sticks. He pinched out a piece of it, and it quickly turned into ashes at his fingertips, releasing a faint stench. Kui Dongshan had already stepped into the main hall. He put his hands behind his back and stared at the 10 feet tall statue carefully. After all, it was a martial temple in a small county. There were not so many gold leaves to decorate the temple. Therefore, the clay statue would not be too tall. At this moment, the god who was deep in the mud was in a deep sleep. He was either talking to the local people, parents, and officials in their dreams, or dealing with the contamination of the incense sticks with evil origins. After Chen Pinggan walked into the main hall, Kui Dongshan waved his sleeves and smiled. "Mister, you can take this opportunity to see the manifestation of the martial arts fate in this world." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Pinggan heard a ding-dong sound in the lake in his heart. Looking up, a golden drop of water fell from above and finally fell into the incense burner at the foot of the statue. There were ripples. However, Chen Pinggan waited for a long time and no more golden raindrops fell from the sky. Kui Dongshan sneered, "This is the martial arts fate of the Tang family of the Qingwan kingdom. If it was in the early years of the Lu dynasty, in any martial temple, there would be raindrops falling so fast that they formed a continuous line. This has nothing to do with the level of the god's position. It is only related to the length of the country and the thickness of the martial arts fate. Moreover, for ordinary qi cultivators, even if you are an earth immortal, you still can't see it from the side. I only know some ancient secret techniques and learned some skills about the incense sticks from the old god in the medicine shop. That's why I can make it manifest. As for the Combe country and the Tsai kingdom that you have traveled to before, they are not as good as the Qingwan kingdom where 1 drop of incense sticks golden liquid can be condensed in about half an hour. Maybe 1 drop can only be condensed in 2 or 3 hours. As expected, after Chen Pinggan waited for half an hour, there were more golden raindrops that symbolized the martial arts fate. Chen Pinggan was a little enlightened. When he was in the old dragon city, the sword spirit said that Pei Qian was a martial arts embryo. At that time, it was the first time Chen Pinggan heard this name. Thinking back to what Kui Dongshan said tonight, it was a little clearer. Thinking about it, it was similar to how the goddess of the buried river could see the amount of incense sticks every month at a glance, and how there were many spiritual herbs and immortal trees in the immortals' cave abodes on the mountain to help manifest the amount of luck of the mountains and rivers. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Are you waiting for me to ask about the martial temple in Dali?" Kui Dongshan gave a fist salute, lowered his head and smiled. "Mister, you are knowledgeable about worldly affairs. You have only traveled for a few years and you have such a temperament. You are indeed a genius, a god." Chen Pinggan glanced at Kui Dongshan, hesitated for a moment, and still asked, "Isn't the martial temple in the Great Duan Kingdom of the Central Plains more magnificent than Yulu's old country with a female martial god?" Kui Dongshan laughed, "Of course. Otherwise, why would the god of fortune of the Snow Mountain continent, the Liu family, be willing to bet on the Great Duan Kingdom? Other than the Shang family and the School of Vertical and Horizontal Studies, there are actually many Tao-seeking orthodoxies that have chosen the Great Duan Kingdom." Kui Dongshan then felt a little regretful. Other than this martial temple in the martial temple to observe luck, there are actually many more things that can be observed in the authentic martial temple in the capital city of a country. You can even see the increase and decrease, ups and downs because of a certain person. Kui Dongshan walked to the doorstep of the martial temple and sat down. He raised his head and looked at the general statue that was in a bad situation and had a dim luster. He sighed. "I heard that in the Great Duan Kingdom, a young man with frightening martial fate appeared. He was brought back by his master and entered the Great Duan Kingdom. On that day, the already exaggerated martial temple's martial fate changed from a river to a huge waterfall. It was like an incense burner in a pool, splashing countless martial fate water droplets, causing rumbling sounds. As long as you are a deity, you can hear the shocking sounds from far away outside the temple." Chen Pinggan smiled. "That person is called Cao Ci. I have seen him at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I even fought with him 3 times and lost. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. I hope that the gap between us will not be too big in the future and that we will have the chance to fight another 3 times. Kui Dongshan looked at the calm and sincere Chen Pinggan and gave him a thumbs up. He praised from the bottom of his heart, "Sir, you are amazing. You have great ambitions." This flattery was the least flattering. If outsiders were present, such as the 4 people in the picture scroll, they might think that Kui Dongshan was mocking Chen Pinggan. However, Chen Pinggan knew that this was probably the most sincere thing that Kui Dongshan had said. However, Kui Dongshan sighed and said with a face full of pity, "Sir, it is a great loss to be in the same era as this person." Chen Pinggan walked to the door and Kui Dongshan stood up. The 2 of them stepped out of the door together. Chen Pinggan suddenly said, "It was the imperial tutor, Kui Dong, who noticed the change in martial arts fate in the martial temple of Dali. Therefore, he asked you to be the mediator. Is it because he is afraid that I will take Wei Xian and the other 3 people to another country, such as the Great Sui Kingdom?" Kui Dongshan did not flatter him this time. He just nodded and said, "The old imperial tutor received the news that you are about to start cultivating and need to refine your natal item. Our old imperial tutor proposed a deal. As long as you let Wei Xian and the other 3 people join Dali, the Dali dynasty will tell you the final location of the 5 mountains of the Aquarius continent. Now, we can reserve the 5-colored soil for you. The soil from the roots of the 5 mountains can be provided with 5 catties per mountain. It is enough for you to refine your natal item twice." Without waiting for Chen Pinggan to refuse or agree, Kui Dongshan explained, "Mister, refining the 2nd natal item is an urgent matter. However, there is no need to worry. Among the 5 sacred mountains, apart from Wei Bian's northern sacred mountain, the southern sacred mountain, Fan Juanmao's southern sacred mountain is just the beginning. As for the other 3 sacred mountains, although the great Li Song family has long had intentions, they may not be able to successfully confer titles in the next 10 or 20 years. Mister, you don't have to worry about this. In fact, it is a good thing that the difficulty of refining will be reduced. Moreover, mister, you have just started cultivating, so you don't need a natal item of too high a grade. When the 5 sacred mountains are all recognized by the Great Li's imperial court and a certain Confucian school of the Central Earth, they will be implicated in the stability of the continent." The 2 of them walked out of the martial temple. Chen Pinggan walked on the dark street and asked, "This is the imperial tutor, Kui Dong, who wants to make a deal with me. What do you think?" Kui Dongshan stopped in his tracks. "Mister, do you trust me?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. I don't trust you, but I also want to hear a lie. Kui Dongshan laughed involuntarily and thought for a moment. Then Mr., listen to my lie for the time being. In my opinion, those 4 people entering Dali is a matter of benefit and no harm to Mr. Why don't you take a price with the Song clan and give them 10 catties of 5-colored soil first? As for whether Mr. will change his place of origin from Dali to the Great Sui Kingdom or some other random place, it won't be too late to make a decision on the day when the 5 mountains of Dali obtain the legitimate status of the Aquarius continent. As for whether or not Mr. will refine the natal item of the 5 elements of Earth, Mr. will do it or not. It won't be too late to take the benefits first. Chen Pinggan remained silent and continued to move forward. After taking a few steps, he found that Kui Dongshan was still standing in the same place. Chen Pinggan looked back. Kui Dongshan laughed and said, Tonight, this student will deal with the changes in the Wenwu temple. If there are evil cultivators causing trouble, this student will do justice for the heavens and earn a small merit for Mr. If there are mountains and rivers that are not good at teaching, and the local people bring it upon themselves, I hope that Mr. will allow this student to stand by and watch, and let the incense here perish on its own. Chen Pinggan nodded, sure. Chen Pinggan turned and left, planning to return to the inn. Kui Dongshan suddenly shouted, Mr. Chen Pinggan turned his head, what's the matter? Kui Dongshan said with righteous indignation, those 4 ant-like pure martial artists, as Mr.'s retainers, they were so disrespectful. This student has been abiding by the duties of master and disciple these days, and can only watch from the side without saying anything. It is painful to watch, and I beg Mr. to allow this student to teach them how to be human starting tomorrow. Chen Pinggan asked with a smile, how do you plan on teaching them? Kui Dongshan stood at the foot of the steps at the entrance of the Guanlin temple, and said righteously, naturally, I will follow Mr.'s teachings, and convince people with reason and virtue. Chen Pinggan no longer paid any attention to Kui Dongshan, and directly rushed back to the inn. On the way back, he pondered over why Kui Dongshan had come, and why he had suddenly left the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. The matter of Du Mao's coveted immortals remains, the matter of the old imperial tutor Kui Dong bringing up the sale of the birthplace, as well as the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the capital of the Qingwan Kingdom. Chen Pinggan felt that these were all the purposes of Kui Dongshan's trip, but they were still not the most important. In the distance behind him, Kui Dongshan turned around and walked up the steps, yawning, and returned to the Guanlin temple. 382. When Chen Pinggan returned to the inn, he found that not only was Pei Qian not asleep, she was playing with a talisman stuck on her forehead. The 4 of them were gathered in the same room, waiting for the results of the Wenwu temple. Chen Pinggan found it strange. They had traveled from the center of Tongya continent to Qingwan country in the southeast of Aquarius continent. They had experienced so many life and death battles. Logically speaking, they should not be interested in the Wenwu and Wenwu temples in a small county. Even if there was a demonic wind and demonic rain in a small place, it was destined not to cause any big waves. Chen Pinggan quickly figured out the key point. It was very likely that tonight was the first time his student, Kui Dongshan, fought. Wei Xian and Sui Yu must be more concerned about it. After sitting down, Zhu Lian had already served tea. Chen Pinggan said frankly, someone did something to the Wenwu temple. Kui Dongshan will handle it properly and will not delay tomorrow's trip. Sui Yoyo's temper was the most straightforward. He asked directly, this Kui Dongshan, is he really your student? Chen Pinggan patted Pei Qian's head and told her to go to sleep first. Pei Qian said that she could not sleep and was afraid of ghosts. She also said that her sleeping posture was not good and she liked to kick the quilt. If the talisman on her forehead was rubbed off, ghosts and demons would have an opportunity to take advantage of her. Wouldn't she be unable to protect Sister Sui? This was because Chen Pinggan had mentioned some rules and taboos to Pei Qian regarding talismans. For example, talismans were protective talismans that could be used to travel across mountains and rivers. They could deter evil spirits and make some of the deities and ghosts in the waning waters revere them. However, at the same time, They were also bright lights that could easily attract the greed and hatred of some malicious spirits that were not afraid of the strong winds of the mortal realm. Chen Pinggan did not force Pei Qian to go to sleep immediately next door. He said to Sui Yuyu, "Although Kui Dongshan shamelessly came to me at the beginning, he is indeed my student now. Along the way, you should have a general understanding of his temper. He is a very conceited person. As long as you don't provoke him, Kui Dongshan will not take the initiative to plot against you. There are many rules and regulations in the world, such as what I told Pei Qian before: don't bully the mountain, don't bully the water, don't wait when you enter the temple to worship Buddha, don't wait when there are many people." These are actually what Kui Dongshan told me when I traveled with him. In fact, Chen Pinggan did not say it too bluntly. Probably in the eyes of the Dali imperial tutor, the 4 people from the picture scroll who walked out of the lotus blossom blessed land were not worthy of his crooked thoughts. However, this kind of truth was too hurtful, so Chen Pinggan was too embarrassed to say it. Just like on the day of their reunion, Kui Dongshan went straight to the point and talked about Du Mao's immortal slough. He begged Chen Pinggan to generously give him the slough, but in his heart, Kui Dongshan did not care much. Kui Dongshan was willing to pester Chen Pinggan, but his true vision might not be on Chen Pinggan at all. Mr. Qi, who had already passed away, had always been hidden in the shadows and behind the curtains. He was the old scholar who had lost his physical body, the sage of literature who had merged with the Tao with the entire vast world, our Liang who had already ascended to the heavens beyond heaven and wrestled with the second brother of Taoism, and Lu Chen, the leader of Taoism who was currently in charge of the White Jade capital's 5 cities and 12 buildings. For Dali to be able to build the sword tower that was a replica of the Beko Keikyang building, there was already the shadow of the school of Yin Yang and the school of Mo. In addition, Zhenwu Mountain and the Wind Snow Temple were the ancestral courts of the military school of the Aquarius continent, especially the former, which had long been deeply involved with Dali. In addition to the prosperous old dragon city at the southernmost end of the continent, the most powerful school of thought, except for the school of legalism and the school of Zongheng who had not shown themselves, the Dali dynasty had actually gained the favor of many forces outside the continent. This was where the Song clan's confidence in swallowing half of the Aquarius continent came from. The Dali cavalry and the vassal king, Song Jianqiang, were fighting for the country on the surface, but how to defend the country was more of a test of the Dali dynasty's skill and foundation. These were things that Chen Pinggan figured out himself after seeing the history of the lotus flower blessed land and seeing the long river of time. There was still some distance from the truth, but the general direction should not be wrong. And the whole game of chess of the Dali dynasty involved so many complicated forces. The specific planning and the person who helped the Song clan to prepare everything was the white-clothed youth who stayed in the martial temple. Looking back now, Chen Pinggan's travels in the Aquarius continent, the Great Sui Kingdom and the vassal Huangting Kingdom in the north, the Tsai Kingdom, Guyu Kingdom and the Shu Shui Kingdom in the middle, and the southernmost Old Dragon City in the southernmost part, actually fell on the chessboard of the imperial tutor Kui and did not leave the chessboard. It was just that the 2 imperial tutor Kui and Kui Dongshan, whose souls had been separated, each wearing a different skin, did not pay any attention to Chen Pinggan. Lu Baixiang smiled and asked, "This Mr. Kui, is he a cultivator who has a profound cultivation and has returned to the origin?" Chen Pinggan did not know how to answer and could only say, he used to be a disciple of the Confucian school. His hometown was in the Aquarius continent. Later on, he went to the Central Plains to study. In the past, his cultivation realm was relatively high, but later on, he dropped. I can't tell which realm he is in now, so I didn't ask him. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Previously, I heard young master say that the great cultivators in the world have strong bodies and are not inferior to the pure martial artists of the 3rd realm of spirit refinement. I wonder how is the fist technique of this young immortal on the mountain? If he has a magic weapon, I wonder if he can break Wei Xian's sweet dew armor." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Let's put it bluntly first. If any of you are willing to test Kui Dongshan, I will definitely not stop you, but you will have to bear the consequences." Pei Qian whispered, "I don't dare to fight with him for the position of the first disciple. In the future, I will just call him senior brother." Kui Dongshan pushed the door and entered. He said angrily, "Little girl, Why are you scolding me behind my back? Who is your senior brother? You are the senior brother. Speak properly. Kui Dongshan questioned her out of nowhere. Pei Qian was so scared that her face turned pale. Chen Pinggan asked, "What about the martial temple?" Kui Dongshan poured a cup of tea for himself and drank it in one gulp. He smiled and said, "It has been settled. I have met the culprit of the martial temple and the culprit. Both sides can be considered to be amicable. As a student, I have laid out the facts and reason with them. If I didn't rush back to inform you, perhaps the masters of the martial temple and the martial temple would have dragged the local lord along and brought some jars of aged wine buried deep in the ground to chat with me till dawn." Chen Pinggan was puzzled and asked, "Who is the culprit?" Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "It was a local rich man who cherished his life and wanted to live for another 20 to 30 years. Coincidentally, he had a descendant who cultivated in a celestial sect in Qingwan country. He didn't learn the good stuff but learned the bad stuff. After learning some crooked ways, he wanted to change his fate without permission. At the cost of harming the fate energy of the land, he wanted to increase his lifespan and improve the geomancy of the Yin house. Naturally, he had a dispute with the local civil and martial temples. Since the cultivator had learned the celestial arts, the young so-called gods favored children in the small sects naturally had bad tempers. They went all out and that young cultivator almost wanted to seize the golden body as well. It is said that the mountains and rivers of the Qingwan kingdom and the Qingshan kingdom have been slaughtered by the imperial courts in the entire southeast region of the Aquarius continent. However, the golden body fragments are still in short supply. If the martial temple and the martial temple have a problem with the incense, the local cultivators will take action. Although it is a little unsightly, at least they won't be pursued to death by the sages of the academy. If the young cultivator and his backer operate properly, they can directly understand the matter in the royal study of the Qingwan kingdom. The news won't even reach the Lakeview Academy. Hearing this, Chen Pinggan's heart was heavy. He took a sip of the medicine wine. Kui Dongshan's expression was as usual, as if he didn't notice his teacher's abnormality at all. He continued with a smile, "The mountains and rivers of the Dali kingdom all have their own destinies and karma. It's just a little earlier. When the Dali dynasty really annexes a continent in the future, the banning of the temples will be a sure thing. The method will only be more ruthless. Now, to the north of the Lakeview Academy in the central region, there are already officials from the Ministry of Rights working together with the Qintianjian kingdom to follow the map. In the 2 years that you weren't in the Aquarius continent, just south of the Huangting kingdom and north of the Tsai kingdom, more than 4,000 temples that violate the rules and etiquette of the 62 kingdoms on the underground dragon path have been destroyed. This is because the officials from the Ministry of Rights of the Dali kingdom are all greasy and soft-hearted. Otherwise, the number would at least double. Regarding the banning of the temples, Lakeview Academy is naturally happy to see it happen. Even if they are unwilling to deal with the Dali Imperial Court, they still sent dozens of gentlemen and sages led by the deputy headmaster to help the Dali kingdom investigate this matter and draw a boundary for the Dali Imperial Court. The Dali kingdom has given Lakeview Academy a lot of face on this matter. After rambling on, Kui Dongshan put down the teacup and looked around. He smiled and said, "Why? Sleeping early and waking up early is good for the body. You don't know how to maintain your health. Do you want to delay my teacher's rest?" Pei Qian was the first to get up and run away. The 4 people in the painting had different expressions. They didn't say anything and left one after another. Kui Dongshan was the last to get up and bid farewell to his teacher. Chen Pinggan needed to lock the door. He walked to the door with Kui Dongshan. One was outside the door and the other was inside the door. Chen Pinggan asked, "If you are secretly involved in the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the Qingwan kingdom behind my back, you'd better tell me clearly in advance. At worst, I'll go around the capital and wait for you at the Immortal Ferry in the easternmost part of the city. Otherwise, when you and I turn against each other, you, Kui Dongshan, will do the dirty business of deceiving your teacher again." Kui Dongshan had an aggrieved expression on his face as if his crotch was stained with yellow mud. "Teacher, you have an open mind, as clear as the wind and clear as the moon. When you and I traveled the Great Sui Kingdom, Your student was always as warm as the spring breeze. How can you measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain? Kui Dongshan wrung his hands and lamented, I know. It must be because those 4 squires didn't know how to behave. Teacher, you have been with them for a long time, so it's inevitable that you are a little unruly. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow, your student will. Chen Pinggan closed the door and said unhappily, get out. Kui Dongshan, whose white robe fluttered like an immortal, spun in circles in the corridor and went away. It should be considered as rolling sideways. When he passed by Pei Qian's room next door, Kui Dongshan paused for a moment. While spinning in circles, he kindly reminded, Pei Qian, since you and I are from the same school, then let me tell you a piece of good news. As long as you don't open the window, you definitely won't see the ghost hanging upside down with its tongue out. As long as you don't poke your head out of the bed, you definitely won't see the female ghost wearing a bright red wedding dress and married to the ghost king in the mass grave. As long as you don't get up in the middle of the night to drink water, you definitely won't see the pale water ghost with a belly full of water plants after drowning in the water. Oh, by the way, some long-haired girls who died in vain like to curl up at the feet of little girls. Don't be afraid. No matter how you look at it, it's just a big mass of hair. Pei Qian hid in the bed, shivering and covering his ears with his hands. When he arrived at the room of the 4 people in the painting, Kui Dongshan, who was spinning non-stop, only laughed outside the door of Lu Baixiang's room. I heard from my teacher that your chess skills are excellent. Tomorrow, I'll learn how to play chess from you. Lu Baixiang, who was playing chess with the light in the room, smiled and said, if Mr. Kui is willing, how about we play a game before resting? Kui Dongshan had gradually gone away. Forget about it tonight. Things like chess, you have to pick a time and it depends on your mood. Outside the small inn, there were 2 immortals with golden bodies that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. One on the left and one on the right, one on the civil side and the other on the military side. With a straight face, they were like 2 door gods, guarding the inn. 8. 383. At dawn, Chen Pinggan had just finished practicing the heaven-earth stance when Pei Qian knocked on the door with sleepy eyes. When he opened the door, Chen Pinggan saw a dispirited girl. It seemed that Kui Dongshan's kind reminder last night scared Pei Qian. Chen Pinggan asked her to take a nap in his room. Pei Qian felt relieved and fell asleep immediately. After covering Pei Qian with the quilt, Chen Pinggan sat at the table and read the alchemy book given by Lu Yong, the Earth Immortal from the Cyan Tiger Palace. Although it described the path of alchemy, it was a secret book exclusive to nascent soul cultivators after all. It contained a lot of exquisite insights about the great Tao. Chen Pinggan learned a lot every time he read it calmly. The inn was simple and crude. For 2 or 3 meals a day, the guests had to go out and settle it themselves. From the innkeeper to the waiters, they all had a bad temper. When Chen Pinggan and his group checked in, they saw the innkeeper and a group of traveling merchants were cursing and scolding each other. However, Chen Pinggan's group had Kui Dongshan, Lu Baixiang, and Sui Yuyu. The innkeeper looked at the dishes and was a lot friendlier. He took the initiative to recommend some local delicacies. Chen Pinggan took Pei Qian, who had just finished her nap, out for breakfast. He didn't go back to the room. At the entrance of the inn, he told Pei Qian to take the food to Kui Dongshan and the others and also told her to tell them that he would stay in the county for 2 days. He wanted to walk around alone. Pei Qian was happy to rest for 2 days. She didn't have to travel, which meant that she didn't have to do the boring 6-step stance. While Chen Pinggan was walking around the county town by himself, Kui Dongshan, Picture Scroll, and the others received the breakfast that Pei Qian had brought back and met up to eat. Kui Dongshan's face was full of gratitude, saying that this teacher was helping the students to fill in the gaps. He had put in a lot of effort and thought that where else could he find such a considerate teacher? Pei Qian didn't dare to talk back. She only dared to criticize him in her heart. What do you mean by finding out what they missed? It's obvious that he doesn't trust you. After breakfast, Kui Dongshan was in a good mood. He smiled at Pei Qian and said, "Do you know how to play 5 pieces in a row? Let's make a small bet for fun. If you win, you'll get a copper coin. How about that?" Pei Qian had played 5-piece chess before. It was a little trick that Lu Baixiang had taught her. The rules were simple. Pei Qian often pulled Wei Yi's and borrowed Lu Baixiang's chess pieces to play chess. The two played back and forth. Compared to Lu Baixiang and Sui Yoyo's game was dull and boring, Pei Qian and Wei Yi's game was very lively. Every time a chess piece was placed, it was louder than the previous one. It was full of momentum, and it was as if they wanted to smash a hole in the chessboard. When playing chess with Wei Yi's, Pei Qian won more than he lost. Once he gained the upper hand, he would get carried away, but once he lost the upper hand, he would regret his moves. Fortunately, Wei Yi's didn't care much about winning, losing, or playing chess. Now that she heard Qi Dongshan say that he wanted to gamble, Pei Qian shook her head vigorously. She wasn't stupid. Even if Qi Dongshan said that he wanted to learn chess from Lu Baixiang, 5 pieces in a row was an unorthodox game. Pei Qian didn't have the confidence to win money. After all, it was rare to find a blockhead like Wei Yi's in this world. Qi Dongshan laughed and said, "Let's play chess. As teacher's disciples, you and I can't hurt each other. Whoever loses wins money." Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Losing a game of chess and winning a copper coin? How could there be such a wonderful thing in the world? Therefore, in Pei Qian's room, Lu Baixiang took out the chess set. Qi Dongshan and Pei Qian, who were from the same school, didn't know their seniority yet, started to play 5 pieces in a row. The 4 people in the picture scroll were watching the game from the side. Pei Qian placed her chess pieces randomly. Between 2 chess pieces, there was a distance of 108,000 li between them. Qi Dongshan also didn't play in a systematic way. Sometimes he followed behind Pei Qian's pieces, and sometimes he played a piece in each direction. It seemed that Pei Qian was more likely to lose, but when the space on the board became narrower and narrower, Pei Qian was both distressed and surprised to find that it was easier and easier for her to play 5 pieces in a row. When the board was full of crisscrossing black and white chess pieces, Pei Qian actually won. No matter how she placed her chess pieces, it was always a 5 pieces in a row. Just like that, she lost a copper coin. Pei Qian regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She couldn't wait to eat the board into her stomach. But when she glanced at Qi Dongshan, who was sitting opposite her and eating melon seeds, she didn't dare to act shamelessly. Qi Dongshan looked at the game and said regretfully, "I lost a game of chess, I lost a game of chess. It seems that my gambling luck is slightly better than yours. Why don't we play again? If you don't like one chessboard and can't fully display your chess skills, we can add another 2 or 3 chessboards. However, for each additional board, the bet has to be increased by 1 copper coin. As for me, as long as I win, I will immediately pay you money from my own pocket. However, you, Pei Qian, can add as many chessboards as you like until you lose and win money. Isn't that fair?" Pei Qian hesitated, but the table can't fit 2 boards. Qi Dongshan pointed to the ground. "We'll play chess on the ground. What's there to be afraid of? If there are many boards, we can even play outside the house, right? Anyway, the more boards there are, the more money you can win. I know you have a good memory, so I'll make do. Let's let Lu Baixiang or Sui Yu borrow 2 pieces of charcoal from the inn. When the time comes, I'll use the charcoal to draw the board. We won't use chess pieces. If anyone remembers incorrectly, it's also considered a loss." Pei Qian turned his head and glanced at old Wei Yi. Wei Yi's probably felt that this method of asking for a loss was too stupid and directly left. Zhu Lian rolled his eyes and left the house. On the other hand, there were 2 chess experts from Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. As expected, Lu Baixiang went to borrow some charcoal and returned. Sui Yu stood at the side with an indifferent expression. The 2 of them patiently stayed in the house, accompanying the 2 who were squatting on the floor and fooling around. Pei Qian's memory was excellent, and Chen Pinggan and the other 4 had long been aware of it. It could be said that Pei Qian was outstanding. This kind of innate talent, whether it was Chen Pinggan or Lu Baixiang, who had outstanding chess skills and was familiar with the game, they were all ashamed of their inferiority. Therefore, after using up the 2 boxes of chess pieces, Pei Qian and Kui Dongshan were not only competing to see who was more shameless, they were also competing to see who had the best memory. On the ground, there were already 2 more boards drawn with charcoal. If Pei Qian didn't add 1 more, he would still win. Therefore, he had no choice but to let Kui Dongshan draw another one. Lu Baixiang silently left the house. Sui Yuyu followed closely behind. In the corridor, Sui Yuyu asked, "Can you see the depth?" Lu Baixiang shook his head and said, 5 pieces in a row is too simple. Even if I draw 10 more boards, Pei Qian still can't see the strength of this person. Sui Yuyu asked, "If you don't hide anymore and choose to do your best, how big is the gap between us?" Lu Baixiang smiled and said, "To be honest, you shouldn't be able to make me play tendons." The so-called tendons of the hand were the ingenious moves on the board. Most of them came from the situation of an evenly matched and intense battle on the board. Lu Baixiang's meaning was that he only needed to play step by step, like a bricklayer laying out the board. Everything was stable and he could win against Sui Yuyu. Sui Yuyu didn't feel any anger or humiliation. The difference in skill on the chessboard was clear. Along the way, he often played against Lu Baixiang. If Sui Yuyu wasn't pushing, then he was throwing. Almost no Go player in the world would say the words "I've lost," but pushing and throwing were 2 types of silent admission of defeat. Although Sui Yuyu had a strong desire for victory and defeat, she had always regarded this as a trivial matter. Winning or losing would not affect her swordsmanship, which was far more important than chess. Therefore, Sui Yuyu could still afford to lose. Moreover, according to what Zhu Lian had mentioned by chance about the chess world of later generations, all the countries in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land held Lu Baixiang, the founder of the devil cult, in high esteem and were likely to select the strongest chess player. The chess masters of each dynasty, each generation, and each school would have different opinions. However, if the top 3 chess masters in the history of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land were to be selected, Lu Baixiang would definitely have a place. It was clear that Lu Baixiang's reputation on the chessboard was very high. As for the other 2 people, one was Wang Jiyuan, known as the Eternal Chess Saint, and the other was Huang, who was later confirmed to be a banished immortal. He was also the ancestor of the resurgence of the Lake Mountain sect in Songlai country and Eugeni's grandmaster. It was this person who relied on his sect's great reputation and his own unparalleled chess skills to abolish the position system. This caused a watershed to appear in the chess world of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, dividing it into the ancient chess sect and the new chess sect. Wang Jiyuan was younger than Huang. 60 years old, Huang? No one knew where he went in his 70s, so the 2 never had the chance to play a game. As for which of the 3 people's chess skills was better in different eras, the later generations of chess grandmasters argued bitterly. Lu Baixiang was undoubtedly the pinnacle of the ancient chess sect, while Wang Jiyuan was the pinnacle of the new chess sect. He was also the master of all kinds of sets and throwing knives. Therefore, some people believed that if Wang Jiyuan had the chance to play against Lu Baixiang, he would definitely lose 2 pieces. Lu Baixiang was not qualified to sit on the same level as the eternal chess saint Wang Jiyuan. However, the chess masters who studied ancient chess manuals said that as long as Lu Baixiang familiarized himself with the new chess sect for 2 or 3 months before playing against Wang Jiyuan, it would be nothing more than an additional disciple of the chess saint. In short, there were different opinions. Since there were no more national players who had roughly the same chess skills as the 3 people, and no one gave a fair evaluation that was enough to convince the public, the chess skills of the 3 people were destined to become an unresolved case. Sui Yuyu suddenly said, "Don't lose to that person." Lu Baixiang smiled slightly and said, "Let's wait and see." In Pei Qian's room, Kui Dongshan was squatting on the ground and eating melon seeds. Pei Qian's face was wrinkled and she was about to cry. She was about to lose 6 copper coins. Kui Dongshan comforted her, "We still have enough charcoal. The outcome is not decided yet. Just draw another one. The bigger the bet, the bigger the win." Pei Qian raised her arm and wiped her eyes. She took out the sachet that Aunt Gui gave her as a money bag from her sleeve and took out 7 copper coins. These were her hard-earned money. She clenched the copper coins tightly and stood up hesitantly. She gently placed them on the table and looked at the guy surnamed Kui with a pitiful expression, hoping that he would show the demeanor of an immortal and walk away. She never thought that Kui Dongshan would walk to the table with a smile and wipe the copper coins away. Only then did Kui Dongshan walk to the door. He didn't forget to remind her with a smile, "Remember to return the chess set to Lu Baixiang and wipe the traces on the ground. Otherwise, if Chen Pinggan knows that we gambled, he will scold me and make you copy books until you break your arm. As for the money, if you lose, Chen Pinggan won't help you get it back." Kui Dongshan held the back of his head with both hands and swaggered away. "Today is really a good day. I earned money and went out to buy candid whores." Pei Qian stood by the table and cried miserably. Kui Dongshan suddenly walked backward and leaned back. He stuck out his head and smiled. "Pei Qian, I want to learn how to play chess from Lu Baixiang. I want to get a good omen. From now on, every time you call me chess immortal, I will give you a copper coin." Pei Qian's eyes lit up and ran out of the door. She followed behind Kui Dongshan and eagerly called him chess immortal. In less than 2 hours, Pei Qian had already lost her voice after returning the chess set to Lu Baixiang and calling him chess immortal. The two of them returned to her room. Pei Qian was babbling, but she couldn't say a word. She smiled brightly and stretched out her hand to ask for the money. Seeing that Kui Dongshan didn't respond, she quickly wrote a number on the table. Kui Dongshan smiled. "I'm just playing with you. Do you really believe it?" Pei Qian collapsed and couldn't say a word. She could only bare her fangs and brandish her claws. Kui Dongshan narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand to poke Pei Qian's eyes. "If you keep talking, not only will you temporarily become a little mute, but you will also become blind. No matter how angry Chen Pinggan is, he can't beat a student like me to death. But you will be miserable. You will become a little blind person. What hope do you have in this life? Isn't that right?" Kui Dongshan stood up and pretended to be blind. He stretched out his hand and randomly touched her. Pei Qian's face darkened. She pursed her lips, but she didn't dare to pick up the mountain staff and beat this bastard to death. The more she thought about it, the more desperate she became. She sat on the edge of the bed with a dull expression. Her heart was dead and her tears fell like rain. Kui Dongshan suddenly took out something that looked like a silver ingot from his sleeve and gently threw it to Pei Qian. "Since you are tactful, I'll lend it to you to play for a few days. If I learn chess well, maybe I will give it to you when I am in a good mood. But when I play chess with Lu Baixiang, remember to return it to me first." Pei Qian held the heavy silver ingot in her hands and suddenly smiled through her tears. Kui Dongshan left again. Pei Qian placed the large silver ingot on the table and looked at it from left to right. She never got tired of looking at it. Just as she was thinking about how to keep the silver ingot in her hand, her eyes suddenly widened. The silver ingot began to wriggle and then turned into a snow-white grasshopper. It hopped toward the window and disappeared in an instant. Pei Qian came to her senses and immediately climbed up the window. She jumped down and began to search for the silver ingot in the backyard. She searched the weeds, the wall, and the crevices of the stones for an hour. In the end, she even dug the ground with her hands. In the end, she still couldn't find the silver ingot that had turned into a grasshopper. Exhausted, Pei Qian sat on the muddy ground in a daze. This time, she didn't even have the strength to cry. When Chen Pinggan returned to the inn from the Confucian temple, he saw Pei Qian's gloomy and thin back. He called her a few times, but she didn't respond. Chen Pinggan had no choice but to jump out of the window. Pei Qian turned her head stiffly. When she saw Chen Pinggan, she lowered her head and clutched the corner of her clothes tightly. Chen Pinggan sighed and returned to the house. He went straight to Kui Dongshan and soon stood at the window. He shouted to Pei Qian, "You can win the 7 copper coins back if you can. If you can't, just admit defeat. However, you can play with Kui Dongshan's silver ingot. You still have to do as he says." Although Pei Qian was still heartbroken, she quickly stood up and climbed up the window. She jumped on the ground and carefully took the silver ingot that had turned back into a silver ingot with both hands. Chen Pinggan pulled Pei Qian's ear and pulled her to the table. "You've grown up. You even know how to gamble with others now?" Pei Qian sat at the table, trembling with fear. She held the silver ingot tightly with both hands. Chen Pinggan asked, "Since you like to gamble so much, I'll give you the treasure box in the bamboo chest. Anyway, you have a lot of money now. You can gamble with Kui Dongshan many times. Do you want me to get it for you, or do you want to go by yourself?" Pei Qian looked flustered and shook her head. Chen Pinggan slammed the table. "Go get the treasure box. Carry it yourself in the future." Pei Qian turned her head away with a straight face. She didn't cry or beg for mercy. She didn't look at Chen Pinggan or listen to him. Chen Pinggan was furious. Pei Qian gritted her teeth and threw the silver ingot out of the window. Chen Pinggan stood up and opened the bamboo chest next door. He took out the treasure box and returned to Pei Qian's room. He threw the box on the table and left. Chen Pinggan had just taken a sip of the medicinal wine in the room when Pei Qian rushed in with the treasure box in his hand. He stuffed the treasure box into the bamboo chest and ran away as fast as lightning. Chen Pinggan took out the treasure box again and went next door. Unexpectedly, Pei Qian had locked the door. Chen Pinggan was furious. He wanted to kick the door open and throw this guy and the treasure box out of the inn. Chen Pinggan stood outside the door for a moment. Inside the door, Pei Qian, who had locked the door, pressed her back against the door. She raised her two slender arms and used the back of her hands to cover her charcoal-like face. On the roof of the inn, the main culprit, the white-clothed youth, was lying on his back with his head on his arms. He had a faint smile on his face. Lu Baixiang was concentrating on playing chess in the room. It was the extremely famous Rosy Clouds manual in the vast world. The Rosy Clouds 10 games were derived from various chess manuals. Some people specialized in cutting the Rosy Clouds 10 games, while others only delved into the intricacies of the Rosy Clouds 10 games. It was said that this manual had nurtured countless wild chess masters in Jianghu. In terms of chess, Lu Baixiang was invincible in Lotus Blossom Paradise. When he first came to Vast World, he thought highly of himself in the art of chess. It was only when he inadvertently obtained this, Rosy Clouds manual, that he understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better. The more he studied it, the more he realized the depth of the chess skills of both sides. Not to mention the City Lord of White Emperor City, who had the qualifications to play against this demonic powerhouse in Rosy Clouds, even though he had lost a lot, without looking at the backups of White Emperor City, just looking at this expert's arrangements alone, every move was brilliant. It was practically enough to teach all future players of the game how to play chess. Lu Baixiang only felt the sound of wind and thunder penetrating through the paper and hitting them in the face, suffocating them. So much so that Lu Baixiang painstakingly searched and collected most of this expert's chess games. In the end, he came to the conclusion that this person's chess skills could be said to be flawless. Vast World's chess grandmasters all had an extremely high evaluation of this person. There were roughly 3 points. The first was that he was able to damage the local situation and seek the big picture, breaking the established conclusion of the golden-horned, silver-edged grass belly. The second was that although this person occasionally showed his sharpness and bloodthirstiness in his moves, overall, this person was worthy of the praise of diluting the essence, reaching the highest level in the world. The third was that this person had created many wonderful ideas such as the Great Avalanche Inward Turnstile and the world's #1 small point. Although in the following 100 years, most of these ideas had been solved by chess experts one by one, or directly seen through by the City Lord of White Emperor City in the Rosy Clouds 10 moves. But through the Rosy Clouds manual, all the spectators of the game could not help but be shocked and amazed by this person's fantastic ideas. It gave them the feeling that this person was completely different from all the other chess players in the world. As for why Lu Baixiang had lost to the City Lord of White Emperor City, he could only say that this person had been born at the wrong time. He had just so happened to meet such a monster that no one had ever seen before, and no one would be able to surpass him in the future. Lu Baixiang flipped through this Rosy Clouds manual. After thinking it over, he could probably only use the phrase "no mistakes, no muddle-headed moves" to describe this Confucian expert whose reputation was in tatters. Lu Baixiang had once joked with Chen Pinggan that his greatest wish in this life was to be able to travel to White Emperor City. However, in the depths of Lu Baixiang's heart, The person he wanted to play chess with the most was not the city lord of White Emperor City, but the former head disciple of the sage of literature, Kui. Mr. Kui the Great. Liu Baixiang put down the chess manual and sighed. He should be able to go to White Emperor City. It was only a matter of time. However, would he be able to play against Kui? Playing 10 games would be rather hopeless. Although Kui was currently the imperial tutor of the Dali dynasty, Chen Ping'an's hometown. However, by observing people through chess, one could roughly see that this person had extremely high aspirations. Even if he, Liu Baixiang, were to meet Kui, it would be extremely difficult for him to play as he wished. Because Liu Baixiang knew that his chess skills were not enough. It was just that the later generations had ruined chess because of people, especially the Tongyi continent and the Aquarius continent. Their evaluation of Mr. Kui Da's chess skills was purposely lowered by a lot. Liu Baixiang's heart was captivated by the 3 words that this person had left for the later generations. It doesn't matter how you play first. The official's move is to clean up the battlefield. Whoever says that the official is invincible will just be a joke. The black pieces will learn from that Ma Duan, the white pieces will learn from my Kui. Let Zi Qi learn from the city lord of White Emperor City. Learn from Ma Duan, you can learn 70 to 80%. Learn from Kui. Kui, you can learn 50 to 60%. Learn from the city lord of White Emperor City. Liu Baixiang took a deep breath and glanced at the chessboard on the table. He was about to get up and find Kui Dongshan. He estimated that he would be able to test out this person's worth by winning 2 out of 3 games. When Liu Baixiang walked out of the house, he saw Wei Xian walking back in with a strange expression. Liu Baixiang turned into the corridor and knocked on the door of the house slightly further away. Wei Xian stood at the fork and asked, "Are you looking for Kui Dongshan?" Liu Baixiang nodded. Wei Xian waved his hand, "There's no need. This guy also made a bet with Zhu Lian and has already left the county." Sui Yuyu followed him. Liu Baixiang was puzzled. What bet? Wei Xian said, "Kui Dongshan said that he wants to exchange moves with Zhu Lian. If Zhu Lian wins, he will give Zhu Lian something close to him. If Zhu Lian loses, he will make supper for Kui Dongshan every day." Liu Baixiang smiled. Zhu Lian actually agreed. Wei Xian hesitated and scratched his head. Of course Zhu Lian didn't agree at first. After all, Pei Qian was tricked so badly. Zhu Lian was also afraid of following in his footsteps. However, Kui Dongshan said that he could stand still. Zhu Lian still didn't agree. That guy also said that he couldn't move his hands and feet. Zhu Lian then asked if he was an Earth Immortal sword cultivator. Kui Dongshan said that he definitely wasn't. Thus, Zhu Lian agreed. Sui Yuyu also went to watch the show. After only an hour, Kui Dongshan returned to the inn with a smile on his face. Following behind him was Sui Yuyu, who had a strange expression. Of course, there was also Zhu Lian, who was covered in dirt. Zhu Lian went straight to his room and slammed the door shut. Liu Baixiang, who was meditating in the room, didn't ask any questions. Sui Yuyu walked into the room and sat across from him. He said to Liu Baixiang, "Kui Dongshan said that he will soon come over to learn chess from you." Liu Baixiang smiled and asked, "How did Zhu Lian lose? Didn't he just sneakily become an 8th-stage martial artist not long ago?" Sui Yuyu said helplessly, "That guy didn't move at all. However, this person has a lot of magic treasures on him. From beginning to end, Zhu Lian couldn't get within 10 feet of him. It was like walking a dog. If I were to play against this person, I wouldn't fare much better than Zhu Lian." Liu Baixiang poured a cup of tea for Sui Yuyu, but Sui Yuyu didn't drink it. He shook his head and said, "You guys play chess. I won't watch." Liu Baixiang smiled and asked, "What, do you think my chances of winning aren't high?" Sui Yuyu stood up. "I don't think this person's chess skills are that high. I just believe in one thing. As long as he gambles with someone, it seems that he won't lose." The thing that chilled Zhu Lian the most was that the man stood where he was and controlled the endless and dazzling magical equipment one after another. Not only did he beat Zhu Lian until he could not raise his head, he even cheered for Zhu Lian with a face full of regret, saying that an ant like Zhu Lian could only be a cook by his master's side. As for the thing that almost made Sui Yu draw his sword, it was that person who talked about Zhu Lian. He then glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and said that she was slightly better. After all, she was quite good-looking. My master might even sleep facing the right every night. Lu Baixiang sank into deep thought. After Sui Yu left, she habitually flipped through the Rosy Clouds manual. Not long after, that white-clothed youth came to her door sloppily. He had been eating melon seeds all the way here. After entering the door, he hadn't even sat down when he saw the chess manual that Lu Baixiang had just put in her hand. He said blankly, "You're just looking at this thing to learn life and death, chess tendon, chess set, and chess theory?" Lu Baixiang asked back, "What's wrong with that?" Kui Dongshan sighed and sat down across from Lu Baixiang. He said with a frown, "Forget it, I don't want to learn chess from you." Lu Baixiang frowned. He picked up a chess piece and asked, "Why is that?" Kui Dongshan held the melon seeds that he had swindled from Pei Qian. He stretched out his free hand and pointed at Lu Baixiang with his index finger. Then he raised his thumb and pointed at himself. "You'd better learn chess from me, see?" 384. Good. Lu Baixiang stood up and smiled at the handsome youth with a red mole between his eyebrows. He gestured for Kui Dongshan to take a seat. It doesn't matter who is teaching and who is learning Go. This was one of the strongest Go players in the history of Lotus Flower Paradise. He had an intuition that today he might make a masterpiece of his life. Kui Dongshan sat down with one foot on the stool. He bent over and rested his chin on his knees. Compared to Lu Baixiang, who was sitting upright, the difference was like heaven and earth. Kui Dongshan stretched out his arm and gently brushed his finger across the edge of the box. "Languid," he said, "you haven't decided yet, right?" Lu Baixiang laughed involuntarily. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be looked down upon like this on the Go board. But Lu Baixiang would not let such a small matter affect his state of mind. He nodded and smiled. "I've just arrived, so I haven't decided yet." Kui Dongshan nodded. According to the rules of the mortal world, you can first play 3 games with a 9th rank Go awaiting order. 3, 2, 1. The Go awaiting order will give the newcomer 3 stones, 2 stones, and 1 stone respectively. Of course, winning or losing will not affect the final ranking. It is more of a kind of support and honor. Your luck, Lu Baixiang, is much stronger than your chess skills. The real deciding factor for the newcomer's ranking was, of course, the games with the 4th or 5th rank Go players. Kui Dongshan suddenly raised his head. "Maybe you think that you have a chance to make a perfect match with me. I might as well tell you that this is just your misconception. But you definitely won't be convinced, so I'll reverse the order. 1, 2, 3. I'll let you know your true weight. How about it? As for whether it's a set or an empty opening, it's up to you." Lu Baixiang shook his head. "There's no need to let me win. Even if I lose, I will know the difference between you and me." Kui Dongshan stretched out his finger and pointed at Lu Baixiang. "I like people like you who are fearless and blindly conceited. All right, I guess if I let you win, you won't agree. Then let's start with an empty opening. But I won't play. You, Lu Baixiang, will play black first." Lu Baixiang smiled and asked, "Then how many stones should I place?" Kui Dongshan restrained his smile and said impatiently, "Let's talk about it later." Lu Baixiang was a bit of a guest following the host's wishes. The box in his hand just happened to be filled with black stones, so he took the lead and began to play. Kui Dongshan allowed Lu Baixiang to take out the world-famous number 1 small tip from the iridescent cloud manual. Black 1, 3, and 5 occupied the corners, black 7 guarded the corners, and black 9 small tips. It was not only indestructible, but also contained a faint murderous intent, as if a storm was coming. Kui Dongshan was unmoved. He played in a straight line and did not even use any of the no-loss countermeasures of the later generations. Lu Baixiang was like an old monk in meditation, immersed in the game of chess, completely forgetting himself. Kui Dongshan, on the other hand, was a chatterbox. Not only did he play the game carelessly, but he also began to talk nonsense, as if he was teaching Lu Baixiang how to play chess. Actually, the seat system is more fun. The currently popular empty opening has its own advantages. It will make the chessboard bigger. But if you don't have enough skill, you'll use up all the ingenious patterns of the predecessors in the opening board. It looks like a bunch of flowers and brocades, but once it reaches the middle board, it'll be unsightly and unsightly, like an old farmer digging a manure pit, a mad dog randomly biting people, or catching a loach in a smelly ditch. It's very boring, and it can make the spectators doze off. Modern people tend to belittle the opening board when commenting on the ancient seat system. They only admit that the middle board is very exciting, but in fact, it's not quite right. Lu Baixiang, your intuition about chess is not bad, but it's only not bad. As for the theory of chess, it's like Sway's underwear on the right. You haven't even seen it before, let alone touched it. The game was about to enter the middle board. The long-winded Kui Dongshan had already covered the box with his palm. Lu Baixiang raised his head. "Mr. Kui, what are you doing?" Kui Dongshan was startled. "Can't you see that you've already lost? It'll take at most 30 moves." Kui Dongshan lifted his hand. "Then let's continue." Lu Baixiang frowned and continued to place his pieces. It couldn't be denied that when Lu Baixiang played chess, his style was extraordinary. Whether it was reaching out his hand to pick up a piece, bending down to place a piece, or examining the board, everything about him was outstanding. Unfortunately, Kui Dongshan didn't care about these things at all. He didn't even care too much about the game. His pieces flew down as if they were flying. After each white piece took root on the board, he began to wait for Lu Baixiang in boredom. This was probably the reason why he had been nagging so much. Waiting was far too boring. Kui Dongshan casually said, "Seat chess and empty board chess can't be said to be better or worse. Today's chess players fight over this and that, but in the end, it's because their view of the game isn't deep enough or broad enough. In fact, besides the 10 games of Rainbow Cloud, there should have been an 11th game. As for the board, it's not just 19 horizontal and horizontal lines. It's too small." Lu Baixiang's heart tightened. He paused for a long time, silently staring at the game that wasn't actually that complicated. His opponent didn't have any powerful killing moves, no clever exchanges, and no so-called demon blade great slant. It was as if he had just played half a game of chess with Lu Baixiang, patiently waiting for Lu Baixiang to admit defeat. Lu Baixiang's heart was heavy. He placed 2 pieces on the bottom right corner of the board. He threw in a piece and admitted defeat. Kui Dongshan yawned. "Isn't that right? I told you not to think about the goal. Next, I'll give you a handicap." Lu Baixiang said in a low voice, "Mr. Kui, how about you give me a handicap of 2 pieces?" Kui Dongshan laughed. "A wise man submits to circumstances. Not bad, not bad. I didn't teach you this game in vain." Lu Baixiang smiled wryly and didn't say anything. After stabilizing his mind, he began to tidy up the board. Finally, he took a deep breath and began the second game. Kui Dongshan still didn't seem to be going all out. He just asserted early on, "I haven't made any mistakes. Naturally, I'll win." In the middle game, Lu Baixiang often needed to think long and hard. Kui Dongshan didn't rush him at all. He just frequently looked around, not taking his moves seriously. After Lu Baixiang placed a piece, he asked for the first time, "Just no mistakes?" Kui Dongshan grunted. "Just like that. However, my so-called no mistakes are not for a normal 9th phase national player. You don't understand. This is profound knowledge that is thousands of miles away from the ground. How can it be taught to a student?" In the end, Lu Baixiang had dragged this game to the ending stage. However, he still threw in a piece and admitted defeat. Kui Dongshan's expression changed. His interest was piqued. He smiled and asked, "In the third game, let's make a little bet." Lu Baixiang asked back, "What bet?" Kui Dongshan smiled. "My master told me that each of you have a sentence. I already know the general content. However, I also know that among you, there must be someone lying. It might not be completely false, but it should be half true and half false. According to reason, you, Lu Baixiang, are the most suspicious because that sentence of yours is the most nonsense. However, this isn't important. If I win the third game, you, Lu Baixiang, only need to tell me who you think is the most likely to be lying. You can name whoever you think is the most likely, as long as you give me a name. Lu Baixiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If that's the case, is there still any meaning? Kui Dongshan said seriously, there is. Lu Baixiang thought for a while, then shook his head. 2 games is enough. Kui Dongshan's face was filled with disappointment. With your chess skills, it is not difficult to get a strong 9th phase in the Aquarius continent. Although it is only equivalent to a normal 9th phase in the Central Divine Continent, it is not bad. Learn more chess and play more. In the future, in the Central Divine Continent, where experts are as common as clouds, there will be a place for you, Lu Baixiang. You won't even dare to play 3 pieces? Lu Baixiang hesitated for a while, then asked curiously, Mr. Kui's chess skills, in this vast world, can you be ranked in the top 10? Kui Dongshan rolled his eyes. Chess is just a small path. So what if I am in the top 10? Some of the upper 5 realms cultivators from the School of Yin Yang and School of Techniques are proficient in this path. What happened next? Didn't they still get beaten up by cultivators of the same realm? Lu Baixiang's eyes were burning. If I may ask, how big is the difference between Mr. Kui and the City Lord of White Emperor City? Kui Dongshan thought for a while. I'm lacking a black first horse platform. Lu Baixiang's mind gradually calmed down. He asked with a smile, if I let 3 pieces and win, what will Mr. Kui do? Kui Dongshan pointed at the Rosy Clouds manual. I will eat it. Lu Baixiang treated it as a joke. He could not help but ask, Mr. Kui and that Dali Imperial tutor Kui Dong, how big is the difference in chess skills? Kui Dongshan glanced at Lu Baixiang, but did not speak. Lu Baixiang said apologetically, I was rude. Kui Dongshan stood up and asked, how do you feel after losing 2 games? Lu Baixiang stood up as well. He said sincerely, I benefited greatly. Although I lost, it was an honorable loss. Kui Dongshan shook his head. He said disapprovingly, you don't have the qualifications to say the last 4 words. He looked at Kui Dongshan's back. Lu Baixiang returned to his seat and began to review the game alone. Kui Dongshan walked in the corridor and muttered, Wei Xian, it is a bit dangerous. Then, he mocked himself, what's the big deal? He suddenly smiled and knocked on the door to Sui's right. Sister Sui, are you there? I've already finished learning chess from Lu Baixiang. Can I learn swordsmanship from you? After Chen Pinggan put the treasure box back into the bamboo box, he left the inn alone and took a tour of the local customs. In a small county, even though it was small, it had everything. There were temples for civil and military officials, city god temple, county government schools, and all kinds of shops. The bumpy yellow dirt road, the budding willow trees, the crowing of chickens, the barking of dogs, and the brand new spring festival couplets. There were foreign peddlers hurriedly doing business without roots. There were children running around. Most of them were wearing new clothes for the new year. They were full of youthful energy. As he walked, he unknowingly walked to the entrance of a martial temple. He passed by a temple for the god of wealth. Compared to the deserted Confucian temple, this temple was full of incense. Chen Pinggan had already walked through millions of miles of mountains and rivers. He discovered something interesting. The people of the mortal world seemed to respect the gods but were not close to them. They were closer to the temples for the god of wealth, the god of earth, and the various temples for the goddess of wealth. For example, in Qingwan country, where there were many temples and temples, the main god in the main hall would be worshipped by the people after they had offered incense. They would not stay for long. However, when they reached the feet of the god in charge of something, they would pray and make a wish after they had sincerely kowtowed. Chen Pinggan walked into the martial temple. There were only a few worshippers. The god statue was in the shape of a general. It was painted with clay and hugged an iron mace. It was ferocious and looked very majestic. The temple attendant did not show himself. Chen Pinggan was now at the 5th level of martial arts. It was just that his injuries had not healed. There were pros and cons. There was a glimmer of hope for him to fight for the illusory title of the strongest. Of course, the prerequisite was that the genius Cao Ci of the Great Duan dynasty had reached the 6th level of martial arts. The key to the 6th level was to find a hero's courage. It was similar to the Qi refinement warriors forming the Golden Core. Generally speaking, there were 2 shortcuts. One was to enter the martial temple and try his luck. He wanted to see if he could be favored and be gifted with martial arts fate. The other was to go to the ancient battlefield ruins and fight with the heroic spirits of the battlefield. However, it was very dangerous. There were very few heroic spirits wandering alone in the ancient battlefield ruins. Those heroic spirits and generals who had not lost their intelligence had varying numbers of nether soldiers and generals under their command. They were very difficult to deal with. The immortal book that he bought from the inverted mountain recorded that there was a huge ruin in the central plains. The heroic spirit had a cultivation equivalent to the 12th level of Qi refinement warrior. In addition, he was equivalent to a military saint overseeing the battlefield. He was no different from a legendary ascendant realm. He had hundreds of thousands of nether soldiers and generals under his command. It was said that before the great celestial masters of Mount Longhu succeeded the throne, they had to go there to train. There were even tragic cases of them dying. Chen Pinggan had never held much hope for the gift from the Guanlin Temple. Today, he had merely come here for a stroll. Most of it was because he yearned for the ancient battlefield ruins that would go down in history. He wanted to rely on his own 2 fists to reach the 6th realm. Chen Pinggan stood alone in the hall of the martial temple. The martial temple in the county was too small. There was no place to burn incense. The commoners brought their own incense. Chen Pinggan felt that it was not appropriate to put his palms together. He simply cupped his fists and bowed to the martial saint as a martial artist. Then, he turned and left. Outside the hall, the spring sun was bright and beautiful. Chen Pinggan stepped over the threshold. Now that the longevity bridge had been rebuilt and he had successfully refined his first natal item, Chen Pinggan was equivalent to having 1 foot in the door of becoming a Qi refinement warrior. However, this was definitely not a great blessing. It was rare to have both a bear's paw and a shark's fin in the world. This was especially so for the identity of a Qi refinement warrior and a pure martial artist. They were on opposite paths. Although there were people who cultivated both, there were very few in the world. Some sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Daoist priests from the Saber Division, and a few freaks that Kuidong had unintentionally mentioned before belonged to this category. The reason why this was seen as a stupid thing by the orthodox was that it was easier to make fatal mistakes in the future. It was not easy for a Qi refinement warrior to form the Golden Core. It was even more difficult for a nascent soul to break through the bottleneck and destroy one's mental demons. The Buddhists cultivated an invincible golden body and the Taoists pursued a flawless glazed body. In fact, they were all tirelessly pursuing the word flawless. Once one chose to open up 2 paths at the same time, it was equivalent to asking for trouble. It was easy to not rely on both sides, and in the end, one's achievements would be limited. Just as Chen Pinggan's right foot was about to step out of the door, a wave of spiritual energy rippled behind him. A mellow voice sounded, "Immortal Master, please wait." Chen Pinggan turned around and walked back into the main hall. The painted statue rippled with a layer of golden light. Then, a middle-aged general in golden armor walked out from the statue and landed in the main hall. The martial saint of Qinghuan country clasped his fist and smiled. "This matter is all thanks to the help of Immortal Master's disciple. Only then did our 2 temples escape this disaster. I wonder if Immortal Master can give us a chance to repay him? If Immortal Master needs anything, just say the word. As long as it is within our capabilities, we will not refuse." Chen Pinggan smiled. "This time, it was my disciple's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Martial Saint, you don't have to thank me. I just happened to pass by this time. Sorry for disturbing you." The Martial Saint said helplessly, "I would like to disturb you more." Chen Pinggan was speechless. The incense of the divine path was the most mysterious. Chen Pinggan had nothing to do, so he simply picked a praying mat and sat down. The martial saint set up a few concealment spells to prevent scaring mortals. He also sat down. Chen Pinggan asked some questions about the origins and etiquette of the two temples. He also asked some questions about literary courage. These questions were mixed in with the other questions, so they were not out of place. The martial saint did not hide anything, answering one by one. Chen Pinggan got what he wanted. He got up and thanked him before leaving. The martial saint only sent him to the entrance of the main hall. After the young immortal master walked further and further away, the golden body returned to rest in the clay statue. A young man in white walked on the street. He walked past the lush green trees, the yellow dog lying on the ground, and the laughing children. The young man muttered to himself, muttering to himself, "At your age, there will always be things you can't do. Or things you can't do even if you try hard. What does it matter? It doesn't matter. But doing it wrong and doing it wrong are two different things. You're young, so you don't have to be afraid of making a mistake. But this is not a reason to not change. If you have sensible parents, they will beat you and scold you when you make a mistake. If you go to school, the teachers will hit your palm with a ruler and board. Little Treasure Bottle has Mr. Chi and Big Brother Li Shisheng. Cow Qinglang has parents, and now she's going to school. You have neither. It doesn't matter, I'll teach you. But what kind of teaching is the best for you? When I was your age, no one taught me." The young man walked past the Spring Festival couplets with very ordinary words and the door gods with crude drawings. He was not in a hurry to return to the inn. Chen Pinggan suddenly remembered something. He turned into a secluded alley and took out a yellow paper talisman from the jade token in front of him. It was the one where the withered bone beautiful ghost of colorful clothes kingdom lived. On the Osmanthus Island to the inverted mountain, Aunt Gui and the old golden corsword cultivator, Ma Ji, helped him sign a contract with the female ghost. However, Chen Pinggan had suffered greatly from a female ghost in a wedding dress. He disliked otherworldly items. Since leaving Osmanthus Island, he had not given the female ghost a chance to appear. At this moment, after she saw the light of day again, she felt a little uncomfortable. Standing in the shadows, she was slim and graceful, but also gloomy. She wore a gorgeous dress with wide sleeves. Her hands were hidden in the sleeves, but Chen Pinggan knew that other than her beautiful face, the rest of the female ghost's neck was white bones. She bowed, revealing two snow-white, bony wrists. She said in a delicate manner, "Greetings, Master." Chen Pinggan found it difficult to speak, so he was hesitant. When signing the contract, Chen Pinggan learned that the female ghost's real name was Sharu. Chen Pinggan paid attention to whether there was anyone passing by, while he was thinking about what to say. She smiled and said, "Master, do you need me to do some dirty things?" "Master, you don't need to hesitate. This is your servant's duty." Chen Pinggan sighed and shook his head, "I don't want you to do those dirty things. You are a woman, so I want to ask you something you are good at." The withered bone ghost narrowed her eyes. "Oh? May I ask, Master, is it a matter between a man and a woman?" She laughed, and a bony arm stretched out of her sleeve. She covered her mouth and laughed, but her eyes were cold. "I didn't expect Master to have such a strange hobby. It is my good fortune." Chen Pinggan did not care about the sarcasm in her words and said helplessly, "I want to ask you, when you were alive, did you marry a husband and raise children? Do you know how to set rules for the children and juniors in the family?" She was confused. It was obvious that Chen Pinggan's idea was beyond her expectations. In her early years, her soul was trapped in the picture scroll, and she was used to the evil deeds of the old immortal master. She went against her heart and vomited, but it was better than watching the souls of her sisters disappear. Some of the souls of the pitiful sisters were lit by the old immortal master's extremely ruthless candle-sitting technique. Their souls were used as the wick of the oil lamp, and they melted little by little. It was extremely miserable. Other than her, who would dare to disobey? Now that she had a new master, why did she change so much? She sighed in relief and shook her head. I was never married before, so I don't know what master is talking about. Chen Pinggan nodded. Then, he took her back into the talisman without saying anything, and put her back into an object that was close to him. In the netherworld of the talisman's cage, the female ghost's body was floating, and her face was full of astonishment. That was it. She was a little resentful. If she knew it would be like this, she would have fooled him. How long had it been since she saw the scenery of the outside world? Even if she had to endure the pain of the strong wind blowing against her body, or the pain of the spring thunder scraping her bones, she was willing. Chen Pinggan walked out of the alley and finally sat on the steps outside of a closed door. He hugged his knees and was lost in thought. He walked past a family of 3 who were dressed simply. The child was innocent and carefree, and the woman's eyes were red as if she had been wronged. The man smiled and said good things, holding a long strip of meat wrapped in oil paper in his hand. However, the more attentive the man was, the more annoyed the woman was. In the end, she simply took her son's hand and left quickly, leaving the man aside. The man's back was hunched, and he was a little tired. This time, he was accompanying his wife back to her parents' home. Several of his sons-in-law had gathered together. Some were government officials, some were teachers in wealthy families, and of course, there was a farmer like him. His father-in-law had given him a gift in return, and the other 2 sons-in-law had received pork legs. He was the only one who could only get a strip of meat. Naturally, he was angry, but his wife was angry with him. As a man, how could he quarrel in front of the child? In the end, wasn't it because he was useless? The man sighed and suddenly found an unfamiliar young man squatting at the door not far away. The man subconsciously straightened his back, smiled at Chen Pinggan, and then ran to his wife and son who were farther and farther away. Chen Pinggan looked at this scene. Although he didn't know how to speak, he was originally born in a poor place like Mud Bottle Alley. He was familiar with the bumps and bumps at the bottom of the city, and he knew about the trivial things that slowly ate away at people's hearts. Therefore, Chen Pinggan roughly guessed that when the child was a little older, he would most likely learn about his parents' respective hardships. Perhaps he would study harder in school, perhaps he would smile less often, perhaps he would feel that his indomitable father was actually a little cowardly and would despise him like his mother. However, there was also a possibility that on the way home today, he would help his father carry that strip of meat. Then, his parents would reconcile and feel that they could live on together. It was all possible. Pei Qian was copying books in her room. After copying the books, she quietly stood at the door, eavesdropping on the movements outside. However, after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear any footsteps. She squatted with her back against the door, looking at her toes. In the beginning, she wasn't used to walking on the mountain road, so the soles of her feet were full of bloody blisters. She didn't dare to use a thorn to prick them. Someone squatted beside her and helped her prick them one by one, and then applied some crushed herbs on them. Then, it didn't hurt anymore. While Pei Qian was in a daze, a familiar voice came from outside the door, asking, "Have you copied books today?" Pei Qian immediately jumped up and shouted, "I've finished." The footsteps gradually faded away, and then there was the soft sound of the door next door closing. 8. (385) Sui Yuyu didn't open the door for Kui Dongshan. Even though Kui Dongshan told her that he could improve her swordsmanship, sword intent, and even her sword Dao by 3 feet, Sui Yuyu still didn't change her mind. Kui Dongshan rubbed his chin outside the door and changed his approach. He asked Sui Yuyu if she wanted to know how the real swordsman of the vast world looked like. Sui Yuyu was still indifferent. She used a piece of dragon-slaying platform to sharpen the infatuated sword. She bought this piece of dragon-slaying platform from Chen Pinggan. When she got it, it was only as thick as a palm. It was the leftover from the 1st and 15th days of the flying sword. Although the infatuated sword was originally a celestial magic treasure made by a cultivator and had the possibility of improving its quality, it was not a natal flying sword made by a swordsman. It was still a non-living object. Therefore, unlike Chen Pinggan's 2 flying swords that could be thrown out of the dragon-slaying platform, Sui Yuyu needed to spend a lot of effort to sharpen the infatuated sword. When the sword was sharpened, sparks flew everywhere, sputtering out mysterious 5-colored sparks. Sui Yu only knew that the dragon-slaying platform was known as the most precious sharpening stone in the world. As for the reason, she did not know for now. However, the process of sharpening the sword with the dragon-slaying platform benefited Sui Yu greatly. The subtle sword aura flowed, like clouds gathering and dispersing, drifting erratically. Some agile lines flashed on the sword blade, showing off its sharpness. It seemed that other than the infatuated heart of swordsmanship, there was also her bright and clear sword heart. Kui Dongshan found it strange. He had seen dozens of people like Sui Yu who were so passionate about the sword. Their temperament was actually the simplest. To put it nicely, they were sincere. To put it bluntly, they were one-track-minded and did not know how to beat around the bush. To put it nicely, they were called swordsmanship. Moreover, she had been nurturing her sword aura all day long. What she really wanted was sword intent, which was not the pursuit of a swordmaster. Sui Yu obviously had the intention to change from a warrior to a chi cultivator. She was determined to become one of the top sword immortals in the world. Moreover, she was a silly woman who thought that the world revolved around her. Logically speaking, she should not be so shy. For the time being, Kui Dongshan had no way to deal with her. If he wanted to thank her, he would have broken the door and slapped her. But Sui Yu had Chen Pinggan as her protective talisman. Inevitably, Kui Dongshan's hands and feet were tied. Many of his exquisite methods of teaching people's hearts could not be used, so he had no choice but to leave. Actually, he still had one more thing. As long as he said it, Sui Yu would not be unmoved. It was just that he was not willing to reveal it for the time being. After returning to his own house and closing the door, Kui Dongshan stomped his feet heavily and summoned the local earth god's edict. It was a gorgeously dressed and plump woman, which was quite rare. Kui Dongshan stood by the bed and leaned back. He kicked off his boots and asked the earth god, who had the lowest god position, to massage his legs. The woman squatted beside the immortal master's feet obediently. Her movements were gentle and extremely obedient. The world was cold and the earth was frozen. The 4 seasons rotated. Birth, old age, illness, and death were all caused by qi. Those who ate qi lived for a long time. This was one of the origins of the qi cultivator. It involved the true foundation of Tao. The saints said that those who ate meat were brave, those who ate grains were intelligent, those who ate qi lived for a long time as gods, and those who did not eat would not die and become gods. The first 3 were easy to understand, but the last sentence was not complete. It was not only that Tao cannot be spoken, but also that there was too much taboo in it. It was not only the path of a pure warrior, but also the saints from all sides did not want the future generations to trace the origin of the Tao of gods. However, Kui Dongshan knew the 3 stages of the 10 realms of martial arts: vigorous, pure, and divine. Now Song Jianqiang, the king of Dali, should only be vigorous. Li who became a warrior later, had already entered the pure state. This made Kui Dongshan very surprised when he first heard the news. He even went to teach Yu Lu, who accompanied Jiao Xian, the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, a lesson. Yu Lu, whose face was bruised and swollen, did not dare to fight back. He probably still did not understand why he was beaten up. Yu Lu also did not understand Kui Dongshan's words, "Be careful that you have toilet paper in your hand in the future, but there is no toilet for you to take a dump in." Kui Dongshan was worried for his little servant. There were different levels of martial arts in a country, but how could there be no difference in a continent? The Aquarius continent was the smallest continent in the world. However, Song Jianqiang reached the peak state at a young age, and then Li went to the North Continent. Soon, he caught up with Song Jianqiang and became a cultivator of the level 10 of the returning realm. Besides, there was also that old man. It was said that the old man's temperament had changed, and he became a hermit in the bamboo house of the Luopo mountain. Therefore, if it wasn't for the fact that the 9th realm martial artist Zheng Dafeng suffered a huge setback at Old Dragon City, from a person who had a high chance of reaching the peak realm to a cripple, it was estimated that in the next 100 years, the path of the martial artists in the Aquarius continent would not be the 10th realm, but the 9th realm. adding Chen Pingan, and the 4 retainers that appeared out of nowhere in the Aquarius continent, Yu Lu and Xie Xie, as a pair of servants under me. Kui Dongshan, can't you be a bit more careful, and quickly go and squat in the latrine of the 10th level martial artists? If not, you will not even have a place to poop in the future. Yu Lu, as the crown prince of the Lu dynasty, what else could he be if he wasn't the Lu dynasty's descendant? Yu Lu's cultivation level kept rising, and the most important thing was that every step he took was stable. Other than his talent in martial arts, it was more because the Lu dynasty's emperor had lost his mind and transferred half of the country's martial arts luck to Yu Lu. A martial artist was like a rock in the toilet in the eyes of the saints. Smelly, hard, and unpresentable. Kui Dongshan was sad. There were too many idiots in the world who didn't understand his vision. In the past, it was Xie Xie, Yu Lu, and the other kids. Now, it was Zhu Lian, Lu Baixiang, and the other people around Chen Pingan. Little Treasure Bottle was better. It was just that the red cotton-padded jacket girl's temper was bad. Kui Dongshan laid on the bed and touched his forehead. Then, in a bad mood, he kicked the earth goddess out of the county. The woman smashed into the wall. No matter how weak she was still a deity who enjoyed the incense of the mortal world. She did not cause any commotion. She quietly got up and said while trembling, "This servant is stupid. Immortal master, please don't be angry." Previously, this foreign immortal master of unknown origin had first detained her from the simple underground mansion at the martial temple in the county. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he had dragged the martial sage's golden body out of the statue. After asking for the reason of the matter, he had settled the feud that night. With the help of this person, the 2 burning incense sages in the martial temple had recovered their pure golden bodies. What was even more puzzling was that the family that had produced an immortal disciple was full of joy, as if they had gained a lot of benefits. She had to be afraid. A young qi cultivator in the cave-dwelling state almost changed the feng shui of the county. She thought that this foreigner should be at least an earth immortal. She could not afford to offend him. The 2 orthodox deities of the martial temple who were extremely stubborn when they were alive were willing to be his gatekeepers. They stood outside the inn for a night to repay his kindness. She was just a small peasant who ate leftovers, and she was also a woman. How could she dare to show off her strength of character? Kui Dongshan sat at the table. On the table, there was a pile of literati books that he bought on the way here. Most of them were works of famous writers in Qingwan country. Kui Dongshan casually opened a book and began to yawn after reading a few pages. He waved his hand, "Come and help me turn the book." She hurriedly walked over and flipped the pages for this handsome young man. This was a skillful job. She had to pay close attention to the master immortal's gaze. If she flipped the pages too early or too late, she would definitely make the master immortal unhappy. Kui Dongshan read a few more pages and waved his hand, "There's nothing for you to do in the future." She did not dare to show the slightest hint of happiness. When she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something. After weighing the pros and cons, she made up her mind and told Kui Dongshan the whole story of what she had seen before. It was when Chen Pingan left the inn for a short trip and went to the martial temple. After leaving, he met a talisman beauty in a secluded and shabby alley. After all, she was a local god. Being underground was equivalent to hiding in the feng shui. Unless it was an earth immortal, it was extremely difficult for cultivators of the middle 5 realms to find her traces. After Kui Dongshan finished listening, he said that it was a great contribution. He laughed and waved his sleeve, almost killing the local god. However, he stopped at the last moment and helped her re-stabilize her golden body. He only used 7 or 8 taels of pure incense. Otherwise, the county town would have a new local god. But even so, 7 or 8 taels of pure incense required her to accumulate close to 60 years of time. While she was frightened, she was also bleeding in her heart. However, she still did not dare to be angry. She only knelt and begged for mercy, sobbing, "Forgive me, immortal master." Kui Dongshan thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "You have made such a great contribution. I should reward you with the title of Mountain God of the Azure Phoenix Kingdom. As for your unauthorized investigation of my family's teacher, that is a capital offense. Contribution is contribution, sin is sin. Contribution does not make up for sin. Rewards and punishments are clear. Originally, you were already dead. Even if I wanted to help you raise your position, it would not fall on your head. As for now, just stay at home and wait for the good news. As for why he let her go at the last moment, Kui Dongshan did not say. The local god returned to the underground in surprise. The accident in Tsai country was originally one of his, or their many chess pieces. However, the old lecherous cultivator who liked to collect beauties and wild ghosts was not an important chess piece. Kui Dongshan did not spend much effort on him back then. However, through the numerous secret letters of spies that poured into Dallas capital like snowflakes, Kui Dongshan paid attention to a record. The number of words was not many, only 20 or so words. It was a rough content. Perhaps the Dali spy who reported this did not pay much attention to it. In the past, this kind of interesting thing that the imperial tutor of Dali used to pass the time was like those secret letters that piled up into a mountain in Dallas' secret vault. It was thus covered in dust year after year. With nothing to do, Quisha started to unravel the secrets of the Aquarius continent. Thus, he dared to say that compared to the previous owner of the female ghost, he knew more about her background. Searching for clues, following the vine to find the melon. The imperial tutor and Kui Dong were masters of both. Kui Dongshan got up and left the room, knocking on Chen Pingan's door. After Chen Pingan opened the door, he asked, "What's the matter?" Kui Dongshan nodded vigorously. "Student wants to talk to teacher about an important matter." Chen Pingan glanced at him. Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "It's just that whether it works or not, it depends on whether your luck is good or not." Chen Pingan closed the door, but Kui Dongshan's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He quickly stretched out his hands and held onto the two wooden doors, begging bitterly, "Teacher, please allow me to speak slowly. If it is as I expected, but teacher is not willing to listen, then it will really be a waste. Furthermore, it will be two good things being wasted together. You will miss out on a great opportunity that is destined by fate." Student is not lying at all. Kui Dongshan initially thought that he would have to find another chance, but who knew that Chen Pingan would allow him to enter the house. Kui Dongshan closed the door and sat down with a smile. He poured a cup of tea for Chen Pingan and himself, then set up a restriction. It was the flying sword that he had won from the Central Plains sword cultivator through the chess game. A golden light that was as fast as lightning spun one round on the ground. The flying sword flew back to Kui Dongshan's forehead, but the golden light that was hovering on the ground did not dissipate. It was as though a golden well was drawn on the ground with gold powder. Kui Dongshan laughed and asked, "The earth goddess here is too daring, and does not know life from death. She dared to follow teacher's journey to the martial temple, and saw some things that she should not have seen. What's even worse is that she actually dares to claim credit in front of me. Does she not know that heaven, earth, ruler, parents, and teacher?" Chen Pingan directly asked, "So you killed the earth goddess?" Kui Dongshan laughed and said, "How is that possible? I only spoke some principles with her peacefully, and told her to be careful and not do it again in the future. This earth goddess is also a well-educated and reasonable person, and it is obvious that she listened to me. So I gave her a good fortune, and it can be considered as a small good karma." Chen Pingan saw through Kui Dongshan's thoughts with one sentence, "If you did not have to come here, I reckon that this earth goddess who failed to claim credit would have already been removed from the Qingluan Kingdom's landscape register." Kui Dongshan laughed embarrassedly and said, "Teacher has wronged me too much, now I am always being kind to others." Chen Pingan drank a mouthful of tea and said, "Then let's talk about serious matters." Kui Dongshan drank the tea to moisten his throat, and carefully worded his words, "About that seemingly useless immortal slough, if teacher's luck is better, you might be able to get the best of both worlds." Chen Pingan's eyes widened. "Kui Dongshan, are you crazy? The female ghost in the talisman, let's not talk about whether or not her bones were hard enough in the eyes of the school of yin and yang. Even if you used the method of weighing weights, she was still a female ghost that couldn't be lifted. A female ghost. This immortal slough is Du Mao's yang spirit body. Kui Dongshan's fingers gently twirled the teacup, and his expression was indifferent. He stared straight at Chen Pinggan. Why do you care about this? Even if you care, shouldn't it be about the female talisman ghost? Why do you have to work so hard? Chen Pinggan was stunned at first, and then he nodded and said, that makes sense. Kui Dongshan laughed and said, there is no but, right? With a thought, a piece of yellow paper talisman made of special material appeared on the table out of thin air, fluttering slightly. Chen Pinggan used the talisman's door opening technique, which was not very difficult, to release the withered bones and colorful ghost Sharu. The talisman was both a house and a cage. Sharu hovered on the table, her colorful clothes dragging on the table. Kui Dongshan raised his head. Sharu looked down and saw a handsome young man with a red mole between his eyebrows. Although the young man did not speak, his eyes clearly told her 4 words, do you want to die? Although Sharu didn't know the identity of this person, and couldn't even see the depth of his cultivation, an instinctive fear surged from the depths of her heart. She immediately floated to the ground and turned around, not daring to meet the eyes of the youth. Facing Chen Pinggan, even so, she still felt as if there was a blade at her back. She lowered her eyebrows and, for the first time, revealed a more sincere and delicate expression as she said to Chen Pinggan, this servant greets master. Kui Dongshan stood up, rubbing his hands and smiling, eager to try. Chen Pinggan nodded at him. Kui Dongshan stretched out his hand and pressed on the shoulder of the female ghost in colorful clothes. She looked as if she was struck by lightning. The evil spirit of an otherworldly item poured out in torrents. Her face was distorted, and her hair fluttered crazily. Kui Dongshan turned a blind eye to this and just gently lifted her up slowly. When she was about a foot away from the ground, he increased the strength of his fingers and lifted the ferocious withered bones and colorful ghost up another foot. Kui Dongshan did not stop and lifted her up for the 3rd time. The female ghost Sharu's skeleton instantly loosened, as if all the bones had been removed from her body. It was as if she was a puppet being held in the air, so she did not collapse to the ground. Kui Dongshan loosened his hand, but the female ghost was still suspended in the same place. Her spirit was trembling and drifting. Strands of original evil spirit flowed out of her 7 apertures, almost like a living person bleeding from the 7 apertures. She opened her mouth wide, as if she was wailing, but no sound came out. Kui Dongshan walked around her and lifted the female ghost 3 times. Each time, he was very particular. The first time, he used the fortune-teller's skill of weighing weight to measure her integrity. The second time, he used the ancient witch's skill of plucking seedlings. The third time, he was even more secretive. He used his improved method of summarizing and summarizing, which was born out of a divine sense of reading created by the Confucian sages. It was the same as the method of reading from 8 sides. They were all methods that only the master of the Academy of Confucian could use. In addition to having many magic treasures, Kui Dongshan was good at many occult arts. Looking at the whole world, he was also an outstanding figure. Kui Dongshan glanced at Chen Pinggan and found that the latter's expression was normal. After all, he was not the young man with straw sandals anymore. Kui Dongshan collected his thoughts and shot a small coin at the female ghost's glabella. The latter fell to the ground with her hands on the ground. Her shoulders trembled, and she could not even lift her head. Obviously, she suffered a lot. Fortunately, the small coin melted into pure spiritual qi in mid-air, and the pain in the depths of the female ghost spirit was slightly relieved. Chen Pinggan asked, "How is it?" Kui Dongshan sighed, "It's okay. Your luck is quite average." The two sat opposite each other again. Chen Pinggan said to the female ghost of dried bones who was staggering to stand up, "I have a shed that is equivalent to the immortal realm. Would you like to live in it?" The female ghost was shocked beyond words. She could not believe it and was speechless for a while. How could an otherworldly item like her enjoy such a great fortune? Not to mention Jindan and Yuanying, who were earth immortals in the eyes of the secular world, the shed of an immortal would be coveted by unpolished jade cultivators. Perhaps even immortal realm cultivators would be envious. After all, if one could concentrate on refining an immortal's shed and use it as an armor for a wandering yin god, It would be able to attack and defend. It would be like adding wings to a tiger. It was a magnificent feat, although she was an otherworldly ghost with low cultivation, or else she would not have been imprisoned by a cultivator who was not even an earth immortal. However, because of certain reasons, her vision was not low. The female ghost, Sharu, suddenly floated to the door, knelt down, and began to kowtow. She probably also begged Chen Pinggan and Kui Dongshan. She cried, "Please have mercy. Let this servant have a body and be able to walk in the world of the living openly. I am willing to be a cow or a horse for all my life." Kui Dongshan flew into a rage and slapped the female ghost of dried bones. Her head tilted and she only kowtowed to Chen Pinggan. "Why are you kowtowing to a little ghost like me? Don't you know the rules? When you enter a temple, you have to pray to Bodhisattva and true God. Would a living person, after entering the Wen and Wu temple, kneel down and kowtow to the temple attendant? I think you, Sharu, after being a ghost for 600 years, your brain has rotted away." The female ghost kowtowed even more frequently. She repeatedly said the same thing, begging for mercy and for the shed. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, "When we were fighting in that alley, I did not mention the name Sharu to her. Kui Dongshan, how did you know? Was the disaster in Tsai Country's Yenji County a secret plot between you and Dali?" Kui Dongshan's face stiffened. He had been too complacent this time. He had actually made such a damned mistake. Alas, playing chess with a bad chess player like Liu Baixiang would cause his chess skills to plummet. Kui Dongshan hurriedly stood up and clasped his hands in front of his chest. He tried to defend himself. "This is the work of state preceptor Kui Shi. Mr. is wise and observant. This has absolutely nothing to do with student Kui Dongshan. It has nothing to do with even half a copper coin." Chen Pinggan actually couldn't find any fault with this kind of shameless words. Chen Pinggan was silent for a moment and said helplessly, "Get up." Kui Dongshan pretended to touch his forehead that was not sweaty. However, he found that Chen Pinggan was looking at the female ghost. Kui Dongshan could only bow again. The female ghost was still unwilling to get up and kept kowtowing. There was no need for words to express her sincerity. Chen Pinggan turned to Kui Dongshan and said, "Then I'll leave her to you. If you can, help her open the mountain and enter the immortal shed. If you can't, don't force it." Kui Dongshan patted his chest and promised, "Teacher, don't worry. Even if it doesn't work in the end, I guarantee that it will be a profitable business." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "If it works, how much do I have to pay you?" Kui Dongshan was surprised and said, "It is my duty to respect my teacher and solve your problems. What kind of payment do I need?" Chen Pinggan sneered and said, "Do you believe it yourself?" Kui Dongshan smiled shyly. "Teacher, not only are you knowledgeable, you are also experienced in human relations. If I follow you and seek the Tao, this student..." Chen Pinggan couldn't help but interrupt Kui Dongshan's nauseating flattery. "Stop, let's get to the point." Kui Dongshan thought for a moment and sat back on the bench. He took a sip of tea and asked tentatively, "If this student says that teacher must take out all the gold and copper coins, and the more the better, will teacher agree?" Chen Pinggan nodded. Daming strange love record, Kui Dongshan asked, "Teacher, are you not afraid that fortune and misfortune come together? Under my guidance, this female ghost successfully took over the immortal shed and refined it. However, I did something to her and she would no longer be loyal to you. Teacher, are you willing to trust me on such a big matter?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "I don't trust you, Kui Dongshan, but I trust the teacher who gave you another chance." Kui Dongshan was silent. The female ghost, Sharu, was confused. She had no idea what the teacher and student were talking about. Kui Dongshan stretched out 2 fingers and picked up the yellow paper talisman. At the same time, the female ghost, Sharu, was pulled into the talisman and put into Kui Dongshan's snow-white sleeve. One must know that this talisman was already refined by Chen Pinggan. The skeletal female ghost, whose mood was surging, floated in the dark void. She couldn't help but be in awe of the immortal youth with a mole between his eyebrows. She was not afraid of Chen Pinggan, the real master who had signed a life and death contract. As for respect, it was even more out of the question. As for why? Because the world was like this. After Kui Dongshan put away the talisman, "Teacher, can you stay for a few more days? At most 3 days, there will be a result. Whether it's good or bad, we can continue our journey." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Yes." Kui Dongshan was a little embarrassed and guilty. He stretched out a hand to Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan took out a few bags of gold and copper coins from the Dali dynasty as an apology from the Fengsuan item. It was really going to be gone before he could hold it. Once the female ghost successfully entered the immortal's mold, it would be a terrible bottomless pit that needed to be filled with gold and copper coins. Then Chen Pinggan took out Du Maoyang's body and let Kui Dongshan put it into his Fengsuan item. Kui Dongshan walked to the door and stopped. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Teacher, although we agreed in advance, the way I dealt with those people, won't you be angry?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "It's not a big deal. Just do it." Kui Dongshan asked again, "Then what about Pei Qian?" Chen Pinggan sighed. "I can only tell myself that it's better to make a mistake earlier than later when she makes a big mistake and then be busy trying to make up for it." Kui Dongshan wanted to say something but stopped. He was not playing hard to get. In the end, he learned from Chen Pinggan and sighed, "Teacher, you might as well read more books from the legalist sages. After all, it's too complicated and tiring to use Confucian etiquette and morals as a yardstick to measure one's actions on the mountain. For example, the legalists advocated that high and low, follow the law. These are good medicine for the world and can also save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Even if you don't want to follow legalism, it shouldn't be a bad thing to use it to pass time and prove that Confucian food is good and legalist medicine is good." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Okay, while I'm in the county, I'll look for a few legalist works to read." Kui Dongshan bowed and said, "Teacher, I'm ashamed of my inferiority. I've learned a lot." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "Why don't you compete with Wei Xian and the others in flattery? The 4 of them will definitely be convinced." When Kui Dongshan closed the door, he smiled brightly and asked, "Teacher, when you're free in the future, how about I teach you how to play chess?" Chen Pinggan was stunned. "We'll talk about it in the future." Kui Dongshan smiled and left. The circle of golden light in the room dissipated. Kui Dongshan returned to his room and sat down with his eyes closed. Finally, he took out a painting scroll solemnly. It was actually made of the same material as the gold essence copper coin. After Kui Dongshan opened it, the painting scroll on the table flowed like the long river of time. The scenes were endless, like the most realistic people and things in the world. The person in the painting was Chen Pinggan. The people in the painting intercepted from the long river of time were mostly Chen Pinggan and Song Jisin, the neighbors of Clay Bottle Alley. One involved the imperial tutor Kui Dong's own Great Tao, and the other involved the direction of Dallas national power. This kind of magical painting scroll that used the flowing water of time as the rice paper was called the horse painting by the immortals on the mountain and was extremely precious. Only the Ascendant Realm cultivators or the Immortal Realm cultivators who were proficient in some ancient secret techniques could have this kind of supernatural power. The Immortal Mountain with the character Zong, which had a deep foundation and did not lack financial resources, secretly protected the reincarnations of the ancestors of the Mountain Gate. Many of them had this kind of thing and carefully treasured it. The flowing water painting scroll and the horse painting were not small things that could be used for pleasure. They cost a lot and involved the cultivation of great Tao. The words and actions of the people being paid attention to, their crying and laughing, the ups and downs of the state of mind and the ripples in the heart lake, would be completely recorded on the painting scroll. Even the Emperor Dali and Kui Dong's former ally, Song Jisin's birth mother, had never seen this painting scroll. Looking at Chen Pinggan and Song Jisin, who were of the same age, in the painting, little by little turned from a child to a teenager, Kui Dongshan fell into deep thought. The thing he was thinking about was the 2 people who were no longer in the painting scroll. During the period when he stayed in the small town with this appearance, after the end, after Qi Jingchun had died, Kui Dongshan found that the flowing water of time in Liju Grotto Heaven was thinned by a great supernatural power. It was extremely hidden. Not to mention the ordinary people in the small town and the Earth Immortal cultivator, even the Chi cultivators in the immortal realm might not be able to detect it. This meant that someone should have enough flowing water painting to support a longer timeline in their hands. It was hard to say who would do something so heaven-defying. It could be one of the 3 Taoist sect leaders, Lu Chen, for one of his eldest senior brothers, Li Shisheng, or for Long Mai who was the descendant of the heavenly lord Xieshe, or for Wan Qiong, who was the saint after Qi Jingchun, or for his daughter Wan Xiu, or for Old Yang, who was in the medicine shop, or for Ma Kushuan, who was extremely lucky, or for some young person who had secretly placed a bet. Kui Dongshan put away the painting scroll and carefully hid it in the objects close to him. Then, he drew a circle with his flying sword and isolated a small world. Only then did he take out the yellow paper talisman, a few bags of gold and copper coins, and the priceless immortal's cadaver. Kui Dongshan rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Compared to the porcelain fragmenting teenager he had pieced together in Liju Grotto Heaven, this was much harder. Kui Dongshan sighed. It's only right for a student to share his teacher's burdens and help him generously. Damn it, I've been apprenticed twice, and both times I've been in such a miserable situation of being someone's money bag. I, Kui Dongshan, and Kui Dong are indeed the same person. Chen Pinggan really went to a few bookstores in the county and bought 2 books on legalism. He read them under the light at night. In the twilight of the first day, the haggard Kui Dongshan came to Chen Pinggan's house to complain. He asked for a pot of Osmanthus wine and shamelessly took another pot. The next day, Kui Dongshan's face was ashen. He staggered to Chen Pinggan's house. Pei Qian was seriously immersed in copying books. Kui Dongshan asked the little girl to move closer and then lay on the table. He slept for an hour before waking up. He saw Chen Pinggan practicing the Heaven-Earth stance and Pei Qian practicing the 6-step stance. He left silently, but of course, he didn't forget the pot of peach blossom wine on the table. On the 3rd day, Kui Dongshan said that he would set off the day after tomorrow. He was in high spirits. When he visited, he even brought Lu Baixiang's chess set, saying that he wanted to relieve his boredom and teach his teacher how to play chess. With his teacher's talent, he would definitely surpass Lu Baixiang in 2 or 3 days. It would be easy for him to beat Kui Dongshan in 5 or 6 days. Before the game officially began, Kui Dongshan looked at Chen Pinggan, who was sitting across the table with a serious face. He was in a trance for a moment. Kui Dongshan taught him the small point on the colorful cloud chart. No matter how brilliant this joseki was and how it was praised by later generations as unprecedented and unparalleled, it was still just a joseki in the end. However, Chen Pinggan stubbornly clung to this stereotype. As a result, he spent a whole 2 hours explaining the essence of this pattern and the many changes after it. If Lu Baixiang or any other Dali was so stupid, they would have scolded the other party. However, probably because of Chen Pinggan's identity as a teacher, Kui Dongshan didn't have the slightest impatience, which was very rare. It was also possible that Chen Pinggan, who made Kui Dongshan suffer a lot, never asked him for advice like this. In short, Kui Dongshan taught chess, and Chen Pinggan learned chess. The crisp sound of chess pieces, as well as the question and answer, rose and fell one after another, leisurely. Late at night on the 4th day, when Chen Pinggan opened the door, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and then he had goosebumps all over his body. He saw a Du Maro standing beside Kui Dongshan with a shy smile. She said timidly, "This servant greets the master." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.